But that was really sneaky and interesting. That was the first time I've seen that. So I've been going through the process of getting a job and talking to different companies. And so there was one company that was very intriguing. And so I understood a little bit about what their product was, but I wanted to do some analysis on different ways for them to expand their marketplace, just create a larger addressable market space. And so I took the name of Company A that I was very interested in and their top competitor. And then I went and asked first I started off with GPT because GPT is kind of like, it's my go-to place. So I asked it, show me or tell me about the differences between Company A and Company B. And it had a very, very nice summary. And I hadn't asked Grok anything yet. And I'm like, well, I'm going to go see what Grok has to say. I asked Grok the same question. And then I asked some other detailed questions. I was like, oh, Grok's answer is really, really good. And then I'm going to go off on a rabbit trail here. I know we mentioned this yesterday, but you don't listen to the All In pod yet.
I do not.
Okay. So Chamath, I'm so sorry. I am going to flub trying to pronounce your last name, Polypatia. But Chamath has a Substack, and he did a really good deep dive on AI. And then he also has updated it recently. And I had just read his update. You have to subscribe to a Substack to do it. It's totally worth it. And he was updating about all the different LLMs out there. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ask the same question to all of the LLMs. And so Chamath had a great list. And so I asked Claude and Llama, Meta, not so good. I asked Gemini, Quinn, and there were 7 of them that I asked this same series of questions. And I did a quick LinkedIn post on it. It was interesting to see the differences. And one of the things I discovered is some of these LLMs are sneaky. So Claude, and here's the interesting part. So Claude has been produced by Anthropic, and my limited understanding is they are very, one of their priorities is really developing safe AI and just making sure it's, that we have good kind of boundaries around AI. So I asked Claude about Company A and Company B. So Claude's answer was interesting. And then Claude said, well, what do you think about these companies? So Claude, the bot, is trying to get information out of me that's not public information that it can feed back into its learning algorithm.
Sure.
And of course I didn't say anything, but that was really sneaky and interesting. That was the first time I've seen that.
Do you think that maybe that's something where it could be using it for learning, but is it also just trying to humanize it a little bit more, right? Because that leads to more of a natural conversation feel, right?
Right, and that could be. So you just gave me something to do some research on.
Right, like maybe they're just faking it a little bit,
Could be.
Yeah.
And which brings up the obvious question is, to what degree is humanizing AI a good thing? So in some situations, it might feel good to humanize a bot. And it's interesting that we're talking about this because my very first Substack post, or rather it's actually my second Substack post, there's the intro post that dropped just recently. And then I have an ongoing series on basically asking the question, what is your AI philosophy? Or what is your philosophy around AI? Because I think it's really important that we think about that. And throughout kind of my interest in creativity and researching AI, because I'm in between jobs, and as I roll into a new job, I want to make sure that I really have at least a good breadth of understanding of AI, because we want to incorporate it in a lot of places. I use GPT or Grok or whomever a lot just for pure research. And if I want to get a quick overview of something, and usually and I'm completely going off on a tangent here, but so you'll have fun editing the pieces together. So anyhow, so when I'm using AI, I use it for research, generally speaking. And when I'm using AI, I'm using it within a domain that I have deep understanding or good enough understanding that I can say, yeah, this information is pretty good. And then I'll go check sources and confirm things. But at least it gives me a high level overview of a specific topic. Yeah, sure. And I use it all the time for that. Love it. And ChatGPT also created my training plan to go run a half marathon. Mm-hmm. And it was interesting, but it was a good start and it was cheap, so it was great. Right. But as I've been pondering AI and creativity and doing some research on it, and I spoke on kind of creativity and AI back in July, and it was about lean into your human creativity and make AI your BITCH. Mm-hmm. So, and I came across a book that is by Joseph Weizenbaum. Mm-hmm. And so Dr. Weizenbaum was at MIT, and for those that know their AI history, Weizenbaum had developed this preliminary AI psychotherapist named Eliza. And he had programmed Eliza to act like a psychotherapist. And it was, in the psychotherapy model he used, it wasn't like, there's all these models out there these days. You've got CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, and then, a list of all these others. Well, there's one, and I can't remember the name of it, but the way that model of psychotherapy works is the patient asks the doctor a question, and then the doctor follows up by repeating what the patient says. So if I say, I'm mad at my kids, the therapist would then say, well, tell me about your kids. Mm-hmm. And then I might say, well, I've got a son and a daughter and blah, blah, blah. And then the therapist would just ask questions, repeat what I say, and ask another question. So to be able to program that into any kind of laptop would be relatively easy. I'm sure there's a lot more sophistication there. So at MIT in the late 60s, people would go talk to Eliza, mm-hmm. and Eliza was just a computer terminal, and they would type in a question, and then Eliza would answer back like a therapist, and they would type another question, and Eliza would answer back. And so what ended up happening is people anthropomorphized, I can never say that word, Eliza. Mm-hmm. Eliza was just a terminal, mm-hmm. and a keyboard. And so Dr. Weizenbaum became very concerned about the relationship that people were having with this computer terminal. Sure. And so he wrote an extensive book on it, and I'll have to go find the book name in a moment, but he wrote an extensive book on just his experience, what he saw with Eliza, and then he goes in and does a really, really deep dive just to kind of our history of technology, and he has some very, very interesting conclusions really at the end of the book. And so it's really helped me to open my eyes to the fact that even my very intelligent friends will say, yeah, I kind of like the fact that GPT acts like a person. Mm-hmm. And that's when I say, wait a minute, at what point are we crossing a line that we should not cross?
That's really interesting. And you're reminding me of another conversation I had recently with another interviewee. Mm-hmm. And they mentioned how they were citing a survey mm-hmm. that said that most people want to know when they are being sent to AI. Like, like in a customer service scenario mm-hmm. or something, mm-hmm. where I'm okay with you using AI, but you got to tell me ahead of time.
Right, exactly.
Right. Yeah. So that's an interesting discussion because it speaks to the advancements mm-hmm. of AI. Mm-hmm. It speaks to how people want to interact with it, mm-hmm. and also might have some legal implications, right? Maybe that's going to be something that's going to be like a legal requirement, right? You have to disclose when you're using AI.
I think that is absolutely fantastic. And so,
yeah, I mean, yesterday, by the way, just to kind of wrap that up, is that I was in a meeting where an online meeting, just a web meeting, where they disclosed that they were using an AI annotator. That was that's one of those little pop-ups.
Yeah. Yeah. So the AI annotator was basically transcribing the meeting, right? When you say annotator, you mean?
Yeah, taking notes. Some of the AI now can keep track of tasks and right. upcoming dates and stuff like that. But they're disclosing that, right? They're disclosing when AI is sitting in.
Yeah, and I think that is important. And And it's similar to the fact that when we get on a Teams call, I don't know if Zoom does this, but every time I'm on a Teams call where they're going to record the call, you click a button that says you know that it's being recorded. So yeah, my congressperson's office is just down the street from where I live. I might just have to go by and say, sir, here's some great legislation that you might consider adding.
Sure.
But since our AI czar, formerly of the our AI crypto czar for the U.S., David Sachs, was part of the original All-In pod. He doesn't have a lot of time for it right now, but he's a very intelligent. I use the word sober in the sense of he's pragmatic, and he will pursue things that just kind of make sense. And so Something like legislation around that, so that you do know when you're talking to an AI bot, that might be something that he advocates. So I think that'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion overall, and I know how passionate you are about the human interactions and the creativity of it all.
Yeah, it's interesting, and again, I'm going to come back to Joseph Weizenbaum's book, because as I read it, with the exception of the fact that he's writing before generative AI, he was working with people who had already seen that generative AI is going to be a thing one day. And pretty much, with the exception of a few facts of current state of technology, the book is 100% relevant for today. And I find that absolutely fascinating, that a lot of the wisdom is out there, and we need to go find it and embrace it, and it needs to be part of our conversations.
Yeah. I am also in awe of that, because when I was in college, I had a professor who was a really smart guy. He was ex, Boston Consulting Group, and just a really smart guy, and had one of my senior year capstone classes with him. And I remember in one conversation, I was telling him about how, I was basically going to go into the dot-com boom. I graduated in '99, great time for that. And he said, Dennis, I want you to think about this. What happens when code can write code? And to me, that was like a crazy notion. Like, what do you mean code writing code? Like, and here we are.
Here we are.
Right? Code is writing code.
Code is writing code.
So I'm in awe of that type of forward thinking like that. As I've grown older, obviously I form my own views and my own projections. But what about like your history? Do you have like any, in your academic history, do you have anybody who really influenced you, or a white paper or a course, anything like that?
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned it. And so I'm gonna put some context around AI in a way that makes it maybe a little bit more approachable for the average person. So if you look at my overall career, I've been in software for manufacturing test for way too many decades. I don't want to admit how many decades, but it's been more than two. So we automate processes around manufacturing tests. So somebody who manufactures an electronic component, they need to test it when they're designing it, and they test it after it's been manufactured. And so the company that I was with and still am associated with as part of their community would make the hardware and software to test things. So we were basically automating processes. And so we would automate processes, and it was automating processes that made everybody more efficient, that took away a lot of mundane tasks and repetitive tasks. So it allowed the engineers to go solve the next problem. And so I've been in that space for quite some time. And it was interesting because there was a big layoff, and one Friday morning I find out that I'm going to be part of the layoff. But it was part of a merger, and there were a lot of us that were laid off, and a lot of people far smarter than I am were laid off. But so the morning that I find out that I'm going to be laid off from this role that I've been in, automating software for 3 decades, I went to a session on AI where there was a gentleman just talking about AI, and I'm like, I need to learn more. And it dawned on me in the first 10 minutes of his presentation on AI, was, this is just another tool to automate processes. That is one way to look at it. Just another tool to automate processes, to automate really mundane things like creating proposals, and a lot of some of the tasks that just might take a lot of time, but are rather dull and mundane. And if you can get AI to do it, to write that proposal and make a few changes, then everybody has more time to do the interesting things within their business. So when I look at it from that perspective, that's one area where it is incredibly fascinating. So to answer the question, during my break of not working for a while, I thought I am going to take a course on AI. And so I was looking at a bunch of different, I'm looking at a bunch of different courses. There were 3 or 4 courses. And by courses, I mean one of those executive education courses where you go pay somebody $2,000 or $3,000 and you take a course, an online course, occasionally have a real person there to work with you online, and you get a certificate at the end of it.
Sure.
And so the course I took was AI Applications for Growth, and it was Northwestern's Kellogg School of Management. And what I really, really appreciated about how that course was constructed was that they were teaching it from the perspective of the C-suite person in a company.
Sure.
And before you even got to making AI recommendations, you needed to analyze your business. What is my customer journey like? So it was really interesting, because then I am the human thinking about my business and thinking about the various areas where I could leverage AI in a way that saves the company money, empowers my employees, and allows my existing employees to go do more interesting things. And so that approach, I thought, was incredibly valuable. Sure. We did get into a lot of generative AI. We got into autonomous vehicles, and I know that's a conversation we'll want to dive into today. But it started with first thinking about your business. Sure. And I really appreciated that approach. So I would definitely plug that business. Definitely.
Yeah, you're talking about a very forward-thinking view in terms of, well, what does it mean for my customers, and then kind of work backwards from that. And do you find that to be common out there? Because I would say that's probably not very common.
I would say it's not very common.
Yeah.
I think, and my impression is, I think that there are some obvious places where we want to go use AI, and people jump into the obvious. So, for instance, capturing tribal knowledge is an obvious scenario. If you look at engineering companies, and I'm sure in other domains as well, where if I'm going to go work on a project, and it's a project that I need to go find who did something similar beforehand. Who knows about this? Who knows about that? So when a company, and when I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about this from the perspective of companies that maybe have 50 to 100 employees, not a huge conglomerate. But even in a company that might have 30 employees, if that tribal knowledge can be captured, then I can just ask a quick question. Who did a project that was in the aerospace industry, and it was radar, this, that, and the other, and then it might send me some information so that I might save days of time trying to go find out who the experts are internally and externally on a specific topic. And so that's an obvious, tribal knowledge is just this obvious thing that a lot of people are trying to solve. So I think people might jump into that, and maybe there's another project that's an initial project that starts to deliver some results before investing in something that's rather large.
Very interesting. Yeah, I think that's one of the next potentially big parts of AI, where we're using OpenAI. You mentioned the LLMs you use, but eventually, these companies are going to get around to doing their own fit-for-purpose foundational models.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're already doing it. Many companies are actively investing in that space today.
I'm not convinced of that, actually. I was talking to a friend earlier about how that was one of my biggest disappointments at CES, walking around figuring out how many companies didn't really have a foundational model, not from the ground up, right? I mean, some of them were really just fine tuning, but as far as like companies that are really putting in the work for their ground up effort, I haven't really seen a whole lot of that.
And when I stand corrected, I know of some companies that are doing it, and you are probably spot on that it is a small percentage.
Yeah.
And that might not be where a company should start. Again, if I were approaching this, I really appreciate the approach that they had at the Kellogg School of Management, where they were very intentional in starting with that analysis. When I think about AI, and it's easy to go see the bright, shiny object.
Sure.
And honestly, we all should be talking to chat, talking to Claude or whoever, and interact with AI and begin to interact with AI, because it's not going anywhere. Sure. And we don't want to get caught behind. So at the same time, and this is why I am starting my Substack on this topic, I think we have to have a philosophy about AI. And it's not just a philosophy about AI, it's a philosophy about technology in general. So one of the things I mentioned in my first article in the series on philosophy of AI is, okay, how much of this do we spend too much time with our phones? And we haven't even thought about, well, I say we, many of us, myself included, have not thought about putting boundaries on when this is allowed in my house and when it's not allowed. When does this thing need to go to jail so that we can at least just have a conversation without being distracted by the phone?
Yeah.
And so whether it's that, whether it's going to work for a new company and understanding what is their philosophy, so you know that you are with a team that you are aligned with as it relates to AI, I think that's important.
Okay. So let's talk about that. Let's say you do come up with a way to, kind of measure yourself on the hours and the screen time. Is that more about just kind of lowering your usage, or is it more about redirecting that energy somewhere else into, the more human connection, the more creative connection? Because I know these are all parts that you think about. So what do you think? Is it more about just like, let me stay away from this for a while, or is it more about let me intentionally go out and try to develop these other skills?
I think it is so my thinking on this is that we need to have a deep respect for our own humanness, our own soul, and a deep respect for our family and our friends that we are with. And so the degree to which this divides us and allows us to go into our little silo and hide from other humans, that's a problem.
Okay.
And so when I think about let's just say screen time, I do a lot of reading on my phone. And I'll read articles. But what will happen is I get sucked into this thing. I go down some rabbit trail of exactly what these app developers want me to do. I get into their app and then I go, I'm just click, 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 click. Perhaps a better approach would be select all my articles that I want to go read, download those into an e-reader that doesn't have the apps, and then I can sit down, have a cup of tea, and intentionally read through some articles and really learn what I want to learn. And then take the time to learn something that's meaningful and interesting, and then weave that into my conversations with my kids or my husband. Say, hey, have you guys thought about this? Or do you understand this little piece of this article that I just read, because I don't completely understand it? And then let those ideas foster more communication with our peers and our family.
That's wonderful.
And so then we don't have this. And there's another interesting thing, and I have a short on it, a quick YouTube short I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, Gina Schreck, and she runs a fantastic co-working space in Denver, Colorado. And it's great because those of us that got sick of working at home with nobody around, we can at least, have our posse of co-workers and have more human interaction. Sure. But it's interesting because when you think about the fact that, Grok and Claude, they're just scouring the internet for learning. And one of the things I mentioned when I was talking to Gina, it's like the more that we spend time together and put this thing in a jail, then we can have these meaningful conversations. None of this information ever gets into these AIs. Mm-hmm. So then that is having unique human experiences that are walled off from some digital creature that's crawling around looking for everything about you and me. Mm-hmm. And the more that we can have that and have those experiences, I think we bring back a richness of what it means to be a 3D creature back into our lives.
I like that. And as you were saying that, you kind of reminded me of something that I've seen to start happen. And I'm sure other people get it too, but I have a lot of conversations with my audience. Mm-hmm. So I get all kinds of, DMs and emails and stuff like that. And I can tell when somebody has used AI to compose a message to me.
Yeah.
And it feels a little fake, a little 2D, right? To use your analogy. Mm-hmm. So I can definitely see the benefit of that genuine connection, that genuine conversation. Yeah. So let me ask you this, and I know you and I have spoken. We had an online meeting, and we spoke yesterday for coffee. Mm-hmm. Thank you for coming out. We haven't really talked about things like emotional intelligence. Yeah. Or having that view. Mm-hmm. I don't claim to be an expert on it. I'm certainly working on it. I think it's a very valuable skill, and it's something that I've mentioned here and then to my audience. And I think that's kind of like where you're converging on when we're talking about all these different conversations. How do you feel about that?
Clarify the question a little bit. How do I feel about
just kind of somebody's development into or usage of emotional intelligence in communication, relationships, and how we're kind of killing that, right? We're kind of killing that with AI, right? Somebody who sends me a DM that they wrote with the use of AI is losing an opportunity to develop that emotionally intelligent way to communicate with somebody else, right?
It's interesting that you mentioned that. Because one of the things that Joseph Weizenbaum mentioned in his book is that we, as a society, at least as of the early 70s when he was writing, we only had this very narrow view of intelligence. It was just an IQ test. And back in the day, if you didn't get high enough on your SAT, one kind of IQ test, then you don't go to college or the best college, and it really limits your ability to succeed in society. And it's only been in recent decades that we have EQ and and an emotional intelligence. And I think that's absolutely fantastic for us to, as humans, really think about our emotional intelligence. And I haven't read all the books on it, but I think about my kids, and I really feel like my kids have pretty high EQs. Now, my son's a boy and sometimes does stupid boy things, but he has a very high emotional intelligence. He has a sense of other people and their good qualities. And my daughter's the same. She has a really mature sense of appreciating her friends, not expecting people to be perfect, but just deeply appreciating other people. So I just innately see that in my kids, and I think it's something that instead of celebrating influencers on TikTok, for us to start spending more time together and be thinking about, I like these people. What is it I really enjoy about this person? What is it that person's bringing into my life that's really special? And then also thinking about, the relationships that we struggle with. And we all have people we struggle with. Well, it's like, why do I have a struggle with that person? So instead of running away from that person and never talking to them again and going and diving into my phone, why do I have a struggle with that person? Because I might have a struggle with that person, but there's probably things I could find that I like about that person. And really start to humanize everybody instead of living in our little personal silos and social media silos. And I think that's part of the destruction here is everybody goes into their little social media silo, people they've never met, and I can go hang out here and everybody loves me and I love everybody, but I'm not growing as a human.
Sure.
By having to sit down at dinner with people that I may not agree with on every topic that we talk about at dinner. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a challenge, though, to be able to go out and, one, analyze people in that way, or those relationships, those interactions in that way. And two, to kind of try to find that positive side.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not saying I'm good at it either. There are definitely people out there who say, like, well, you weren't very nice to me.
Sure.
But it's important to think about it and consider those things. And it's interesting because as we talk about human emotions, there's a very, very interesting article that is in the current Harvard Business Review.
Okay.
And I bring this into my first post on your philosophy on AI. And the gal, very well-meaning, she's writing a marketing article, and she has done some fantastic research. And she, in part, or part of her objective is reminding people that you want to bring emotion into AI so that you can attract people into interacting with AI. And that is where I start thinking, wait a minute, that's not real emotion. And this is where we want to think about who we are as humans. And again, Dr. Weizenbaum talks about this, and we talked about this the other day, like you and I were birthed by a mom. And we had to learn how to walk and talk, and we went to school, and we got in fights with our siblings or our friends, and we all have this shared experience, and that all has played into who we are as emotional creatures. AI hasn't gone through that. It's not real emotions. Let's imagine that we have robot babysitters. Wouldn't every mom love a robot babysitter? Well, that robot babysitter, when it picks up a frog and has fun playing with the frog, that experience is nowhere near the same experience as the toddler who's playing with the frog. Completely different experiences. Sure. And I think even if something has the appearance of emotions, it doesn't have emotions.
Do you feel that same way about creativity? Do you ever feel like AI could simulate creativity, or the human creativity? AI
can't create like humans create. Okay. And you think about art. Well, let me give you an example. So last night I went over to one of my favorite bars down here in Nashville. I went over to the Redneck Riviera, and Mark Roberts has a band, and it's 3D. He is interacting with all of us in the audience, and asking us questions, and then and when he's playing the song, and then he's riffing, and there is a dynamic there that can't be replicated. Sure. Even if you had a bunch of robots doing it, it just couldn't be replicated because of the senses we have and the experiences we've had as humans. You can't replicate that. And so I think it's really interesting to look at, yes, AI can go out and create some interesting pictures and generate some interesting things. That's great. That's not the same as human creativity. And it'll be interesting, or I think it would be interesting to, at least in the artistic side, let's just say painting. It'd be interesting to kind of do some comparisons where there is the human composition and then there's the AI composition, and just look at that, because I'm willing to bet that when you do a real apples to apples comparison, there is going to be a flatness and a banality with the AI that you're not going to see in the human composition, because it just does not understand things. And even as I say that, and even as we have someone who's viewing this clip, there's going to be somebody who's going to go into the comments and say, you don't know what you're talking about, Nancy, because you can create this with the AI and that with AI. Sure. Okay, yeah, there are some beautiful, interesting things out there. I actually think AI is great for creating memes, but other than that, that's the best art I've seen for AI. But other than that, it is innately different. And then when you think about creativity in general, so I got my whole little journey into creativity was because I'm an engineer. And so I'm a left brain thinker, I'm an analytical thinker, and I would be in meetings with my peers and be thinking, wow, that was a good question, that was a good question. And not realizing the importance of creativity even in very, very technical left brain kind of jobs. And so as I dive into learning more about human creativity and understanding it, I start realizing and doing some research and understanding how the brain works. And so, and there's some really wonderful individuals who write on this topic. And one of my favorite is Keith Sawyer, has a really, really good book on diving into understanding creativity. And even if I can't understand everything he's writing about, you know, I could pick and choose through what he's writing. And I've read many other articles, a lot of good people out there writing on this topic. So I ended up coming up with a TEDx talk on creativity, and just bringing things down to basic steps, the 3 basic steps. And one of the steps is I have to have input. If I want to have a creative idea around cooking, I'm not going to have any creative ideas if I'm not learning about cooking and getting in the kitchen. It's just not going to happen. There are no great ideas out of the blue. So I need to do the input. I need to research. I need to practice things. And then the next phase is what scientists actually call the incubate phase. So that I first got that term from Keith Sawyer. And our brains kind of have, in general, 2 modes. And so there is the executive function, where I'm working on something and focusing, writing an article, or crunching some numbers, whatever it might be, writing some code, and I'm focused. And then the other mode is the mind-wandering mode of the brain. And so when it's in the mind-wandering mode, then I'm not focused. I might be looking out the window, might be going for a swim or a run. But it's at that time when the brain is actually doing all the work for me. I called it my personal idea assistant. So, and it's actually the parts of the brain that are firing is actually the back of the brain. Sure. So executive function and then the mind-wandering brain. And it's when I'm in that state that the human brain is making all these connections, and all of a sudden there's a connection that pops into my consciousness, and I have that aha moment. It's like, oh my gosh, I know what my outline is going to be. Or, oh my gosh, that's the problem with my math form, whatever it is. And then it pops up into our consciousness. We have an idea. So you have to do the input, you got to do the study, you got to do the incubate, get away from your computer and your desk and go walk down the hall and get a cup of coffee and talk to somebody. And then you have that idea. And then one of the things I mentioned is once I have that idea, if I don't write it down, it's gone. It is gone. It's usually gone for good. Sometimes it comes back. And so this brain that is coming up with all these ideas is in a creature, the human creature, that was a baby, grew up, went to school, maybe went to prom, and so that can't be replicated with an algorithm. It might have the appearance of being replicated, and I think that's the insidious part. It might have the appearance of having emotions, but it's just an algorithm. It's just a bunch of matrix math. That's all it is. And so I think understanding our human creativity and leaning into our human creativity and learning about how do we, as humans, learning about our creativity, paying attention to, our emotional intelligence and thinking about that. It's just, then we're embracing our humanness. And I'll give you a very concrete example of the delineation between human creativity and AI.
Yeah, please.
So while I was between jobs, I was kind of working on the social media for my side gig, which is speaking on creativity and then also weaving in AI. And of course, I need business cards, I need a logo, I need all these things. And I could have just gotten on Canva and created all this stuff. Or I could have just had AI. I could have said, AI, here's my personality, here's this, here's the colors I like, and then it might create something. What I did instead is I met a gal, Melissa McQueen, and she is fantastic. She knows me as a human. We have had conversations in person. And then she used her own creativity and then used AI to generate things. And so she got a sense of who I am and then had a plan of what we might want to put together on a web page and on my business cards. And then when it came to creating the picture of the frog, creating the little robotic dog, then she used AI to go do that. Mm-hmm. So there was this intermediary of a human who gets to know me and can uniquely create in a human way. And some of the ideas that we had, and even one of the ideas came from a really good friend, Karen Ruth White, who coached me on doing the TEDx talk. And one of the key ideas came from a conversation I had with her. Mm-hmm. And all of that ended up kind of in the overall social media that I haven't done a whole lot of social media, but it ended up in, the logo and all that stuff that I might, what's the word I'm looking for? It ended up in, the business cards, the banner, and all the marketing stuff. All the marketing stuff. And so, but that couldn't have happened just with AI. That happened between conversations with me and several people that finally ended up in our final product. Mm-hmm. And AI did some of the stuff on the back end as far as generating some images and things. And Melissa is a lot more efficient in her social media and in her web design because she has AI to create some pictures. But there's no way we couldn't have gotten where we've gotten to without the human interaction.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Mm-hmm. Eventually, there's going to be somebody who comes along and thinks they can replace that, right? That, what you really just need is somebody's going to say, well, what you really just need is an AI that can tie all of those components you described together, right?
There will be people that do their branding and do their marketing with AI, and they don't use a human, mm-hmm. and that's fine. And they like what they create, and it works for them. Mm-hmm. I will challenge that person. If that person worked with a human, instead of just the AI tooling that we have today, or even the AI tooling that we have in 2 years, I'm willing to bet that the output would be much better.
Mm. I agree. Yeah. The challenge there, though, is that the two scenarios you described would have completely different price points.
Yes.
Right?
And I totally grant that. I mean, there's a reason why we have templates in Word. There's a reason why we have those templates, whether it's in Word or Google Docs or wherever, because sometimes I don't have the budget to go create that. Mm-hmm. And so I already have something put together. Right. That's great.
Yeah, because you mentioned Canva, mm-hmm. and I know that some of the anti-Canva people say that it makes you a lazy designer, because you just say, oh, yep, that template looks good. Let's just run with that, right? And I know I do that. I'm not casting stones. When I see some of those templates on Canva that come up, it's like, wow, that looks really good. Let me crank this out. Yeah. So it's going to be really hard to kind of resist that.
Well, I think it fits a niche where someone doesn't have the budget or the time. Mm-hmm. So here's an example. So. And this is also an example of the fact that my son actually has pretty high emotional intelligence. And that is that for Valentine's Day, for his girlfriend, he made dinner and he printed out the menu. Okay. And of course, he used a template that was very, very pretty for the menu, and which is great because he probably couldn't have made a pretty template. Mm-hmm. He didn't have time or the money to go hire someone to create a template. So great, he pulls out a template. But then what he wrote for each one of the menu items was hysterical and very personal. And so it's absolutely fantastic that Canva is there, and it allows us to do more because it is there. But if a designer is doing nothing more than just pulling stuff out of Canva and plopping it down and charging someone for it, eventually everybody will know. Sure. And it's exactly what you were talking about. Like when people are replying to you on your video broadcast, or they send you a DM, you know when it's AI written. And that disingenuousness will shine through. I'm going to come back to this in a minute. But there's another example. There was an executive at a company that I worked for, and the executive had on his LinkedIn site, he was a thought leader. Everything he posted was AI generated. I didn't have to go get Winston to go run his stuff through it to realize it was mostly AI generated. You could just tell that it was AI generated.
Sure.
And I wouldn't pay for someone to do that. Now, and I'm starting to digress a little bit. Now, I totally understand somebody using AI to do research and to organize their thoughts. I use Grammarly to do some of my wordsmithing when I write. But I have a friend who actually will then go look over what I've written, because then she can pick out some things and say, you might want to write this like this, you might want to change that. I have a human that's doing the real editing so that somebody can better understand what I'm trying to communicate.
Yeah, I have found that too with a variety of tools in a variety of situations where it's more about AI tools are good at seeing the micro, but they're not good at seeing the macro, right? Like they can tell you about wordsmithing a paragraph, but they can't tell you how the bigger story comes together.
Right.
And same with like code. You know, for me, I find when I do code, I can get it to write a great class or a great method, but I can't get it to write like a cohesive program or, you know,
the entire architecture, the big picture. Yeah. It's funny. I have a friend of mine that has said, and I will not mention his name, he has said, yeah, I get a lot of work re-architecting code that was architected by AI, because it just didn't have the ability to do that. Now, even as we say this, we know full well that, you know, the next version of Grok and the next version of GPT, it is going to be harder and harder over time to be able to delineate between something that was written by AI and something that was written by a human.
Sure.
I don't know what that's going to look like at that point.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to your example with some of the image generation, you know, some people would argue that we're already there with image generation, especially when it comes to, you know, maybe some like abstract, you know, painters from the abstract era, right? Yeah. I mean, there's some pretty good abstract drawings out there, and then we're getting better in other ways, you know, as far as the advancements being made in video and whatnot. Advancements being made in avatars. So some people would say that in some portions of Gen AI, we've already reached that level where, you know, you can get as many humans as you want together, they won't be able to tell the difference.
I would be willing, if I were a betting woman and I had to bet a nice bowl of wine or a big bowl of chili or pizza, I would be willing to bet that in certain areas, AI can generate things that are in the artistic world where people cannot tell whether it was human generated or generated by an algorithm. And I have not spent enough time really thinking about all the different domains and what that means when we get to that space in other domains. So,
but it feels like we're quickly reaching.
In some cases we are definitely quickly reaching that, and we need to think about it, and we need to talk about it, and we need to talk about what are the ramifications. So we were talking about software, and yeah, I can have GPT go write me this little bit of Python code, and I can say, okay, GPT, I need to read a voltage from a Keithley multimeter. Go write me some code that's going to go read that voltage, and it's going to go create some code, and like we talked about, it's a snippet of code, probably going to work fine. And then what we see happening is GPT writing some of the code that normally would be assigned to a junior engineer.
Sure.
And so the junior engineer, instead of having the chance to write some basic code and make some mistakes, then GPT's writing that. And the other trend that we see happening is with where we are in the U.S., we are trying to onshore more work that may have been offshored to India or China, where they can code for a lot less than you can here in the U.S. I mean, at some point in time, all of this will smooth out, but right now it hasn't. And so companies, instead of offshoring something, may have a chat write the code. Sure. So if I think about the kids here who are software engineers, one of my concerns is, how do we train the next generation? And I think that's where we have to get creative, because you and I started to talk about this yesterday. And part of human creativity and harnessing your creativity is understanding how your own brain works. So one of the things that I mentioned in my TEDx talk is there's this quote: Einstein had all of his great ideas while he was shaving. I have my great ideas in the morning. And I know that if there is a problem to solve, if I need to come up with some marketing material, if I need to come up with some messaging, if I need to come up with some graphics and some text to convey something for an executive meeting, whatever it is, whatever creative thing, I know that it's not going to pop out like that. I have to sleep on it, because I will have those ideas in the morning. Sure. In this case, I had some of the ideas after I'd gone and relaxed for a little bit and listening to some music, and all of a sudden I realized, holy cow, here's a way that we can address it. So 2 points being, one is we need to be intentional about realizing here's a problem with AI, now let's go use our human creativity to solve it. And understanding our human creativity so that we can solve it, so we can have confidence that I can leverage my human creativity to solve this problem. So I think one of the things that we can do, or an approach that we can use for training this next generation of software engineers, and this is an area where AI can come in handy, is we put them in a scenario in which they are going to participate with AI in writing the software. So let me give you an example here. What if, and I'm going to go experiment with this and see if there's any tools out there that do this. What if I could say to GPT, write me Python code that is going to acquire a voltage from a Keithley multimeter and explain to me what you're doing while you write it. And then I can understand the style that's being used. So software is not ones and zeros. So there's design behind software. Everything in software is designed, from how you name variables to how you're designing your classes. Everything is artistic in its design. And so then I could go tell GPT, okay, write that code for me again, but organize it in this other manner. Use this class. So then I'm interacting, and the thing that slows me down is the typing. I'm just not a fast typer. And somebody else who can type faster can write code faster, but then I'm not doing the mundane part of the coding. GPT is actually writing the code, but I'm learning as the code is being written. And then at the end of the day, my manager comes by and it's like, all right, Nancy, what have you created? And why did you go with this approach? And here's where this other approach might be better. So then we're all interacting in that learning process.
Interesting. So let me ask you this, though. Because somebody who takes a different view on AI might tell you, okay, well, you're talking about training the next generation of software engineers. What if we don't need software engineers? I mean, maybe that just won't be a job in the future.
There will always be a job that, or let me put it this way. Let me rephrase this. There will be things that technology abstracts away so that it is no longer a thing. It is completely conceivable that there is a future world where there are no software engineers. And the people who used to be the software engineers, they're still having to determine what are the algorithms that we need, what is the testing that we need to put together for our algorithms. It will be a new industry. It will be a different industry. But slowly, layer by layer, things are abstracted away from us. Like, I don't have to do calculations that my dad had to do when he was getting his PhD in chemical engineering from Yale. He had to know how to do calculations by hand that I don't have to know how to do. And that's okay. And I think where we're headed with this is, what are the things that we should not delegate to a computer or to AI? Sure. What are the things that make us uniquely human? What are the things where it's okay to allow AI to go do said task?
You're reminding me of a couple things there. So if somebody posed that question to me about software engineers, what I've told my audience and my feeling on it from day one is, well, it means you won't be a code monkey, but you could be a software architect, right? Yes. Software architect will be the entry level of the future, right? That will be the price of admission, to be able to know, okay, I need these objects, these classes, they need to do this, they need to interface with this class, this database, this API. Yeah. And then ChatGPT goes off and writes it. But you still have to have the bigger picture, right? Yeah.
There's another sorry to interrupt.
But the second part, because I think you might find this interesting, but I'll assume you're familiar with test-driven development, TDD. Yeah. I read this brilliant thing on X just a couple of days ago, where somebody posted that was their approach to writing software, where with software with AI, where they would write the tests in TDD form, and then tell the AI, here's what I need done. Right. Don't stop coding until you pass these tests, until these tests come back green. Yeah, exactly. Right. So in that way, you're still the architect, right? You're still saying, I know I need this. I've specified it and I've coded it, or at least the tests. Okay, now AI, go and do the dirty work, right? So what do you think?
You and I agree. So what's really ironic, this is my memory brain here for all the things that I might forget. But as I was pondering this exact problem, the very first thing I wrote was, hopefully, test-driven development.
Are you serious? That's in your notes?
It is in my notes. TDD. Wow. So that's exactly it. And then we get to the point where there are things that we can trust the automation to work. Right. And so I might even call AI just another type of automation. So think about microprocessors, chips, everything we rely on. Over time, we've gotten to the point where we trust the hardware or the software to do something specific. And then we can come up to a higher level of abstraction and thinking and telling the automation tool to go do this, that, or the other. But there's another piece of software in general, and that is debugging. It's really funny. I had a friend of mine in industry. He worked for an integration company that would go write software for people in this test and measurement industry. And my friend Guy not only was telling the story of he was with one of their customers or a potential customer, and he puts his hand on the table and he's like, "We write bug-free software." And he's being sarcastic, but they believed him. So I don't think that AI is necessarily writing bug-free software today either. So there's another aspect of having to go dig into and finding what is going wrong. And so I had some friends of mine in the industry that they are so good at diagnosing problems and figuring out what's going wrong. I'm not good at that. That's not my skill set. But that skill set is still going to be needed. And so you have to have had enough experience with code to be able to go diagnose those things. And And certainly, concepts like test-driven development still help with that, but you can still write code with bugs even if you're going down the test-driven development path.
Sure.
And another friend of mine, Yor Campbell, is in this test and measurement industry, and he's out of Germany, and he follows a philosophy of debug-driven design, writing code to make it debuggable, which is interesting. So we're digressing a little bit, but all these problems with software, they're not going to go away in the next 10 years. But over time, we can hand off certain things to AI automation to go do them.
Yeah, you're definitely hitting on some interesting points, though, because my understanding is that there are early signs of strain, if you will, in some of these offshore markets that you mentioned.
Okay.
Where I have heard that there are some, rumblings coming out of, India maybe not needing as many software developers as they usually use. Some of those offshore centers, closing down or shutting off portions of their work. So I think we're already seeing that, and that it's not going to stop there. Right? There's going to be other jobs, other industries, right? Away from software development, right? The legal industry, real estate, any industry, right? How do you feel about that? Because there's also a human element there where, these are real people with real bills and real families.
Absolutely. And, I could come up with the kind of snarky comment about buggy whips and the buggy whip industry, of course. We all kind of turn to that one. And again, it is one of those scenarios that we need to address with intentionality. So I've worked over the years with many different companies in India that they do development, for the U.S. and they do development for India as well. And so it is going to be hard at times, and people will be hurt as we go through this transition. So then one of the things, at least that we talk about here in the US, is as an architect, I now can do more with having my code generation from AI. And I'm going to take this challenge, actually. I'm going to be at a conference, in April. In our industry, and we have people coming in from all over the world, and there'll be a lot of my peers from India, and I'm going to go ask them the question, is like, what is it you guys are doing to tackle this situation? And what it may empower them to do is find locally more problems that they can go solve with their engineering skills. So think about clean water. Does everybody all over the world have clean water? If engineers are no longer driving income from some of the U.S. companies, my hope would be within their own country, whatever country that might be, there may be some government subsidies to go help with that. I could even see in a future state in the U.S. where once we get rid of all the stuff that some of the money that's being spent where it shouldn't be spent, and I'm not going to go down that political bandwagon, but once we as American citizens actually know where our dollars are going, I'm willing to bet we would want to fund engineering efforts that improve human lives in other countries. It's like when we're spending money on stuff that isn't necessary, that is controversial, or the money actually lands in Nancy Pelosi's bank account, or wherever the money is going, once we pull that back and we are spending the things on what our congresspeople and senators have decided it's going to be spent on, then we're like, okay, we do want to fund these other efforts that do things that are very tangible, improving the lives of others around the country, around the world. So my guess is, it empowers the engineers, just like we get to tackle more interesting things here in the U.S., every other country is going to be able to do the same thing. We just have to figure out how do we ensure that those tasks get funded and those tasks are directly improving the lives of all the citizens in a specific area.
I appreciate that you're taking a optimistic view there, right? Because a lot of people, when you bring up AI and jobs, it does tend to be a little bit of a doom and gloom discussion,
Yeah.
right?
I used to have the doom and gloom perspective initially because the initial thought is, oh my gosh, I don't need as many people. People are going to lose their jobs. And it is very trite and demeaning to say, well, what about the buggy whips? They went away. But the reality is those jobs are going to go away, and there will be more interesting jobs for those people with that skill set. It's a hard transition. I mean, I've lost my job before. I know what it's like. I've lost a job without severance.
Sure.
And I know what it's like, and it's not fun.
It is not.
And I had to get creative. I had to go take classes on AI. So, and it's interesting. J.D. Vance is a controversial figure for some people, and he spoke on AI recently, and he mentioned it from the positive perspective of being a job-creating technology. It is. Anytime, if I go look back at the industry that I've been in for way too many decades, as I mentioned earlier, 3 decades, we empowered people. We automated things, and that ultimately empowered people. But that individual that used to do something manually, maybe that individual became more involved in creating the automation that ultimately he no longer had a job because he was doing things manually. It's always a hard transition, but at the end of the day, when we're automating the right things, it becomes empowering, and it does create more jobs because then there's more cool problems that we can solve.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, like I said, I appreciate that you're taking the positive view of redirecting those resources, financial and people, right, and people's creativity into other things, right, other interests, other projects. We do live in an interesting world where we have these countries making advancements in AI and data centers and GPUs, but then there's countries where maybe not maybe a small portion of the population has clean water, right? Or lives in rural conditions, or things along those lines, right? We still kind of live in that paradox of a world.
And we do. And what I love about the paradox of this world, with the exception of some very small communities and parts of the world that they really don't communicate with the modern world, we kind of know about these places. So my husband and I love to scuba dive, and we go to various places where there are families. I mean, some of these places we go to that just have such a great sense of community. And there's this one area in particular where I just fell in love with this community, and they want to improve their lives. And we're finally at that point where I know about that community. I know about that K through 12 high school. I know what happened in that community when there was a fire that went through. And that community's on my list. And I would even call it a bucket list of, once I finish paying for college for the kids, then that is a community that I want to go back to, get to know them better, and figure out how do we weave STEM education, so science, technology, engineering, math, and art, into their education to empower them to improve their own community. What are the creative projects that can be done there? And then if you can't get funding from your government, okay, we have just a couple billionaires here in the U.S., and we could probably go find somebody who might want to fund something in that area. So it's a time where when we get to the point where we have more time in our giving back years, and if you go look at anyone in technology, we probably have most of the globe covered as far as knowing of places that we can, as U.S. citizens or as European citizens, go into these communities and bring technology and bring more education, so that they don't feel like they need to leave their community to have the richness of life. And they live in a vacation place. They live in one of the most those beautiful places on Earth. Sure. It's like, let's figure out how you don't have to leave this gorgeous place, but empower you to produce and create and to start creating wealth and creating family wealth that you pass down from generation to generation. That's exciting.
I love that you're bringing in that global perspective, because I've been fortunate to travel also, and it does kind of one, it puts our life here in the U.S. in perspective, but two, one of the things I've always wondered is, why do developing countries seem to always stay developing countries, right? And then you think about pick any developing country. If you're there, you're in the middle of an intersection of two dirt roads, or maybe two poorly maintained roads or whatnot. That road's been a dirt road 10 years ago, and it will probably be a dirt road 10 years from now. There's no catalyst that's really going to change that, right? As you say, right? Superman is not coming, right? I mean,
yeah.
So maybe AI is that catalyst where you can redirect some of those, right? Because there's got to be some reason why developing countries stay developing countries, right? There's nothing sparking that change. You hit on some interesting things, and I look forward to some of the thoughts that pop into my head after our conversation, and I will definitely be reaching out on those. But in many cases, in some cases, I'm sure there are places where they just don't have some of the natural resources. I mean, you look at why is the U.S. where we are? Natural resources. I mean, it's endless, and our cowboy spirit, and those exist in many other places. But think about rare earth metals, since that's the big thing with EVs, all these rare earth metals. Right, and so if you were a country that had cobalt, well, that wasn't valuable 100 years ago. It wasn't valuable 50 years ago. It's valuable now, and sadly, there are a lot of bad people in the world doing a lot of bad things to get their cobalt. And that shouldn't happen in the future. Sure.
And so there's the aspect of really evil people doing evil things, which has been consistent throughout history. And again, we're at a state from a technology perspective that we know this is going on. And we know that, and we know communities all over the world. There are very few communities where someone in the U.S. hasn't been there or seen them, and there's no magical answer. But from our discussion yesterday, maybe we can get to a climate where we do start calling things good and bad. And we do say that we are going to be very intentional in how we as humans treat other humans. And regardless of one's politics or their religion or their color or anything, we should never be doing things that are dehumanizing of others. Sure. So here, okay, I got it. There's the idea. Okay. Here's where AI comes in. Because AI is forcing us to think about, what does it mean to be human? What does it really mean to be human? And how do we treat the other humans in our lives? So, I was a Trekkie back in the day. I still am. And I still remember that episode in one of the Star Trek movies. Or no, it was Next Generation. It was the Next Generation movie or an episode where Data finally gets skin, and actually understands what does it feel like to touch something. And he's just a bot, but he's everybody's buddy, and he appears to be human, but he was missing that one key piece. Now, I'm not speculating whether bots are going to get to that point. I can kind of assume that they might. But again, whatever comes out of AI, it is ontologically different than a human. It will never be exactly what we are as humans. It is ontologically different. And I think we're making a mistake in adding emotions and giving the false appearance that this bot is human. I love the idea that we talked about where when I'm interacting with a chat bot, I know whether it's AI or not.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure there's machine language learning in there somewhere. It's automated somewhere, but if it's actual, generative AI creating that bot, I should know that that's not a human there. And so I think if we can change our focus from stop trying to humanize the dadgum AI bot, it is matrix math, it is an algorithm, and turn that back on ourselves and think about how do we humanize others? How do we bring out the natural creativity in others? And how do we encourage good emotions? Yeah. If somebody does something bad, they need to be told that. How do we create more one-to-one time amongst humans?
That's good, yeah.
Because the opposite is, I'm not comfortable enough as a human to sit down here and have a conversation with you on topics that we disagree on. So I'm going to go hang out with my little bot over there. That bot's going to tell me I'm perfect. Yeah. And then we'll never fight because that bot's programmed to tell me I'm perfect. We'll never fight. That is pure evil because it's taking me away from who I am as a human. That's where I think talking about the morality and the ethics around AI is where I think that we can influence some of the people who can go make those changes in developing countries, who can remove the slave masters in whatever countries there are. I mean, there are some countries where it's like if you asked me to go solve the problem of what's going on in that developing country, I would not know where to start. Sure. But there are people who know how to make that kind of change.
Sure. Now, I like your mention there as far as are you keeping the human element to it, or are you running off and going into that silo with another bot or whatnot? And that ties into something that I've spoken with my audience about how the best leaders I have seen do not want yes men. They do.
Absolutely.
They do not want sycophants, right?
Yes, exactly.
And that's what you're describing, right?
Yes.
Where I can just go off into a world where everybody tells me I'm perfect.
Yeah.
We never argue because my view is the view.
Right.
And that's terrible. That's terrible from a human development perspective, right? The best leaders out there are gonna sit there and say, okay, what do you think? Well, what do you think? Well, why do you not agree with me? And do that, right? And it's a very healthy process.
Very healthy, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, now that you put it that way, it could be something that we're in danger of losing, right? Because if I'm one of these,
that is key. Man, did you just nail it?
Yeah, because if I'm one of these CEOs, a startup CEO that thinks that AI can solve everything, and my staff, my board, or whoever is partially made up of AI tools, or AI personas, whatever, maybe that's not so great.
I like that. And that's interesting. You just said, my board, like AI could be board members in the future. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's potentially not great.
Yeah. Which then brings it back to the importance of spending time with humans.
Yeah.
And maybe the role of a board member is a role in which AI shouldn't be there. Now, I could have AI go do research that a fellow human board member might normally bring to the table. But when we move away from kind of very somewhat black and white concrete things, and then we move into places where someone needs to have judgment, and someone needs to have some of the characteristics, kind of getting back to the emotional intelligence, some of the characteristics that we learn over life after making oodles of mistakes, and kind of that wisdom piece, is that something that we would want to delegate? And that's where I'm like, there's a place where we don't want to delegate certain aspects of our humanity, or delegate certain things that humans can uniquely do that AI can't do. But we know good and well somebody's going to go do it.
Sure.
We're not going to be able. Sure. You're not going to be able to stop that. And so that, again, where it's interesting to take a step back and look at history, and look at areas in which we didn't make wise decisions as it related to technology and where we place technology.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of delegation,
yes,
we are going to be automating more and more things in our lives.
Yep.
Kind of delegating those things, including driving, transportation, and autonomous vehicles, and that's also autonomous vehicles and robotics.
Yeah,
all and AI are kind of bundled into the same discussion. Yeah. How do you feel about automated vehicles or autonomous vehicles?
Autonomous vehicles. Okay, my favorite thing to mention about autonomous vehicles is my garage. In our garage, we have Tesla Model 3. So we're like 10 years into our Tesla vehicles. We had the S, then we have the 3. We also have Dodge Ram pickup truck. So we've got both. And I have toyed around with some of the self-driving aspects of the Tesla. I love to drive a badass car. I love the Tesla because it's such a great car to drive. We bought that car because it was such fun to drive, and I could not care less about the autonomous aspect of it. But I don't want to sidetrack our conversation on autonomous vehicles, because they're here, and there are going to be more and more autonomous vehicles. Several interesting questions in this space. And the crux of this is really around, at what point, again, am I going to turn over a decision that a human normally makes? Am I going to give that decision to the AI in the car? Again, it's normally a human decision of everything I'm doing while driving. What aspects of that am I going to allow AI to do? And so it's interesting if we look at, there was a wreck that happened over here, and then that was human caused. There's a wreck over here that was AI caused. Somebody dies in both situations are bad. And so if we approach it from the perspective looking at driving, I think the last stat I saw recently was there are 30,000 deaths on the road per year. And like we talked about it, 30,000 per year, that's roughly 100 a day. So 2 in every state in the U.S., too many. It's one thing for a 99-year-old grandmother to die of congestive heart failure versus someone's life taken away too soon. So we don't want that to happen. And that's where when we look at this automotive space, and we look at, perhaps there are companies out there that are playing fast and loose with admitting to their faulty AI causing a problem. So what the fun thing is about this is we can use AI to catch those corner cases before that vehicle or that component even goes into that vehicle. And so if we look in at least the automotive space particularly, and there's automotive standards around safety, functional safety is what it's referred to, and there's specific specifications. There's a variety of them, but one that we all know, those of us in the space, 26262. So it's an automotive specification around safety, even around how does your lighting system perform in certain conditions, or and you've got braking and all these different aspects. And so there's this other piece of technology in this space called hardware in the loop testing. So if you go look at any car off the manufacturing line today, all cars have what we call an ECU, an electrical control unit. how many ECUs do you think are in an average car? So think about, you got to control the brakes, and you got to control the lighting, and you got to control the infotainment system. You got to control all these things. So how many ECUs do you think are in an average car?
Well, I'm guessing it's more than one.
More than one.
It probably started as one.
Yeah.
So 3 or 4?
I honestly am not the expert today in this space. I am quickly becoming more knowledgeable in this space, but at least 100, 200, perhaps, depending on the car, or more. And so when we think about, you have these ECUs, so it's basically software. So it's a chip. ECU is nothing more than a chip. So somebody has to write the software. So think about somebody's writing software to control the temperature in the car. Because, I don't want to be cold. It's winter. Tennessee is just as cold as Denver, Colorado to me, and I want to be warm in the car. So there's a little electric control unit. And so somebody wrote an algorithm that is going to control, the heating and the cooling and the fans so that I am perfectly comfortable. If somebody makes a mistake on that, the consequence is I'm not perfectly comfortable. But if it's a braking system, if it's battery management, there are so many of these that actually are controlling aspects of the car that are life and death aspects of the vehicle. So if I'm playing around with a little algorithm and I'll test my algorithm, so I write some code and then I sit down and then I build a simulation, software simulation. But eventually my code is going to go into one of those chips. And the chip, when it's actually in the car, is going to have sensors connected to it. So in the automotive industry, there's this technology called hardware in the loop. So what I used to do 15 years ago is I would go take that one electric control unit or it could be the engine control unit, and I'd go put it in the car and drive the car around the track or wherever and make sure it all worked just fine in a controlled track situation. We can't do that when a car has 100 ECUs in it anymore. So in our industry, we have all this, it's a big piece of equipment, like if you might fill up this whole room here, but it is simulating all of the sensors in the car so that I can test my braking system, and I can test my lighting, and I can test how this ECU is talking to that ECU, and it could be that the ECU that is doing something with my seat accidentally messes out something once you put all these pieces together. So you have a very controlled area or a controlled technology called hardware in the loop where you simulate the actual hardware, and then you simulate this ECU and then that ECU, and then when you put them together, and then when you put the other components of a car together, and making these things more efficient, you can use AI there. And then what you do is you do what is called an industry fault injection. So you simulate more corner cases. You start to simulate those corner cases. Now you kind of have to know about them to actually simulate them, but you simulate all the common things that you know can go wrong. And then over time, you can eliminate the likelihood of the corner case happening and an autonomous vehicle doing something in which a human is hurt or killed. But that involves humans knowing that, hey, we can go test these things. And we do know that once we put these multiple components together and get a subsystem, we need to test the subsystem as if it's actually in a car. And so I think it is, from the design perspective, I think it's intentionality to put that kind of effort into ensuring you have the best possible design that eventually gets manufactured to minimize autonomous vehicles, hurting or killing somebody, right. And that happens over time. But that's just the engineering side of it. Again, all of our challenges, the technology is always easy. It's the human part that's hard. Sure. The challenge then is kind of the ethical piece of when something does go wrong, whether it's a ride share or an actual autonomous vehicle, that we do, like when the problem happens, there has to be the appropriate investigation to understand what was the thing that caused it. Yeah. And
do you mind if we stop there?
Yeah.
Because you've hit on a couple points there.
Yeah.
So, well, first of all, thank you for that background, because I think a lot of people don't have that background. It speaks to the wealth of your career. But instead of picking every single part, let's just talk about some of the meta items in there.
Okay,
So, I love how you talked about the example of somebody approaching an intersection, or I think it was you referencing a friend driving, right? Is the fundamental assumption there would be that all of those things happening in your brain as you're driving, as you're approaching an intersection, a situation, whatever, you're assuming that all of those functions can be quantified in some way. And
bingo, yes.
Right. Because, but that's the part that gets me about AVs, because as you know, I'm not very optimistic on them.
Right.
There's vision, there's memory, there's skill, there's tactile responses, everything that goes into that. Can we quantify those? And then, along the same veins, when you're talking about these test units and the ECUs and the edge cases, can we quantify all the edge cases in driving? Because that's also that assumption there, right? That there is some upper limits or some quantifiable value that you can appoint to those edge cases. And I have trouble saying yes to both of those. I don't think they can be quantified. There's a lot that goes into driving, and there's a lot of situations that can happen on any given roads and whatnot. There's a reason why a lot of, it's no secret that Tesla and Waymo, they use simulated miles, simulated driving, right? They're not driving every single mile. But that's because there's a million plus type of situations that can happen. But if we look at that scenario, you're assuming that it can be quantified. What if they can't?
And so I think you hit on something. And I'm going to say we cannot quantify all those situations. There are going to be edge cases that we cannot quantify, period. And again, it begs the question of, when the edge case happens, who's making the decision? Is there a human making the decision? Or is there a vehicle that has no human in it making the decision? So if we look at autonomous vehicles, there's different levels of autonomy. And I think there's like 5 levels. And the levels kind of talk about where's the human's role in this. And it's a very interesting question. I'm gonna go off on a quick story here, and then we'll come back to answering this, but I'm answering it with this quick story. You had asked earlier in our conversation, where do I go to learn? So one of my favorite places is the All In podcast. So I'm usually gonna laugh, and there's a lot of reasons why you laugh when you watch that podcast. Somehow in every other All In podcast, the subject of the planet Uranus comes up. I'm just going to leave it there. But it always comes up. But it was about a couple of weeks ago, so it was roughly end of January, beginning of February, and they were talking about autonomous vehicles. And one of the topics came up with regards to the catastrophic plane flight where in DC, where the plane and the Black Hawk helicopter collided. And one of the comments made by one of the gentlemen, I'm so sorry, I don't have your name at the tip of my tongue, mentioned that wouldn't it have been better if there was AI in the plane such that the AI took over the controls of the plane to prevent the crash? But then my thinking is, and I honestly don't know my answer to this question, is I think it would be better for AI to tell me, the pilot, that I need to do X, Y, Z so the plane doesn't crash. It could be that if the AI tells me to do something, I'm not in a position to do it. So at some point, is the AI going to make that final decision, or is a human going to make that final decision? And so in the preservation of human life, there may be times where I decide to give up my what's the word? My human agency, and let the AI make that final decision so someone doesn't die. But at the same time, there are going to be scenarios where my human instincts will be better than the AI at making that decision in that moment. How do we know what those are? So I think you ask a really, really, really good question, and it gets back to this overall topic of human agency. What are the decisions that we need to make? I would not want an AI bot on a board of a company that I'm investing in. Like, I just philosophically, when that happens, I may just choose, I don't want to invest in companies where they put bots on boards. And if I have the ability to choose, if I have the freedom to choose that I don't want to go invest in that company, or I don't want to participate in areas of our world in which I feel that AI is dehumanizing people. If I have that freedom to choose, then I have my human agency. And so I will almost always choose to drive the car, at least for now, while I'm young enough and have the skills to drive the car. I have chosen to never get in a Waymo. Don't know when I ever would. I just makes me kind of nervous, and I don't want to do that. But it becomes when I am forced into doing it, then I lose my human agency at that point. So I'm sidetracking.
And the fun of driving.
Yeah. And there are people that don't want to drive. And there are people that let the Tesla drive them to go drop their kid off at school while they're helping the kid with the homework in the car. Maybe that's, and again, that's their choice until their car hits me. And I think that the most important thing is that you're asking the question and we're having conversations around it. Because then we may be able to find out that, whether, through some advanced testing and things, there'll be certain aspects that the edge cases, we can reduce the number of the edge cases perhaps, but can AI ever replicate my sensory and everything when I'm driving a car? Nope.
Sure. So let's take that one step further, because the other question I also ask, and I've expressed this to you, is in those scenarios where there is an accident, a death, an injury, some sort of liability, it feels like, there's so many components that go into making a car, so many manufacturers, so many legal entities are involved. I can't help but feel that everybody's going to have their fingers pointed outwards when it comes to assigning that liability, when it comes to helping those families taking responsibility. So how do you feel about that, being on the testing side? Because that's really my fear, that it's the liability is going to be hard to come by.
Yeah. My husband's the attorney and I'm not. But it's, and honestly, I'm kind of diving into an area that I don't know real well. So I don't know the legal sphere in how these things happen.
And that's fine. We can just talk about it from the testing perspective.
Yeah. But just from there's many times that we read that, GM got fined, blah, 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 because of X, Y, Z. Something wasn't working. And I don't know how the industry works as it relates to the investigative aspect of there was a wreck, regardless whether it was a human driver or an AI driver, there's a wreck, and we want to go find out what the cause is. My assumption is everybody is figuring out what the cause is, and they know what the cause is. So I can't speculate on the cause is identified and the entity that should have done more testing and should have done better in engineering is not held accountable. I know there are times out there when someone made a mistake, something happened, and something wasn't caught, but the appropriate entity is not held to account. I'm sure that happens sometimes. And AI is not going to fix that, by the way. But everybody knows what the cause was. And so I assume there's aspects in the legal system, somewhere, someplace where that could be fixed, should be fixed from the legal side. From the testing side, the fact that we do have more and more testing, both when something's manufactured and even when it's designed, and we're incorporating AI so that we can be even more efficient in this process. Over time, as we improve our testing ability, the mistakes will go down. And that's what's exciting. That's what's fun for me. And when I look at the testing, I think about putting myself in the place of an engineer that is designing that electrical control unit and designing the algorithm. And there is a lot of rigor that goes into every component in our cars. And so there's a lot of rigor there. There's a lot of rigor when you put all the components together. And so as an engineer, I may make the safe decision and just tweak something a little bit. Mm-hmm. If I have the ability to have really sophisticated testing that simulates not just the sensors that are going into an electrical control unit in this hill testing I mentioned, but you have what's called ADAS, where you're going to play back. You record and play back all the road conditions. So the more rigor around the testing of my little component, then I am freed up as an engineer to be even more creative in my design. So one of the things I love about this hardware in the loop space and all of the design testing that we now are able to do that we haven't been able to do in the past is it empowers an engineer to be more creative. That, more than anything else, that's what I love. Like, if I can empower someone, an engineer, to be a better engineer, if I can empower anybody else to be more creative and innovate, that is fun. And so that piece of it is real exciting, because then the humans that are doing the tasks that are still today uniquely human, they get to do more, they get to create more. And then they have the safety and the security of knowing that if they make a mistake, because we're always going to make a mistake, and AI makes more mistakes than we do, but when I make that mistake, it will get caught, and then I can go back and change things. The other piece that I think is interesting and from a technology standpoint is just the role of blockchain. Not Bitcoin and crypto, but just the technology behind blockchain. Because the technology behind blockchain, and it's like you have these blocks, and once it gets placed on the blockchain, it is immutable. You cannot change that. And one of the best use, or a very, very good use case for blockchain, is supply chain. Because then it would be great if, with my Dodge Ram truck or the Tesla, there was on the blockchain absolutely every component. And so if they found, and the thing that's nice is the ability to go back and find the information. It's really, really fast to be able to go retrieve a lot of the information that might be stored, so then they can go find out, oh yeah, here was the cause. And then they can be even more precise, and it wasn't just this component, it was this piece inside the component. Mm-hmm. And maybe there was something about the metal that somebody hadn't detected, and there was genuinely no human fault. It was just something we didn't know about. Great, let's find out what that is. So I think looking at each one of these bits of technology that go into where we are today with autonomous vehicles, and again, putting the humans in the primary role of decision maker and ensuring that we're empowering humans, then we work through some of these things.
So we've covered a lot of ground with tech and your experience, and I love the new perspectives you're bringing, because I think it's a very unique experience. But let's talk also a little bit about, just your own general views and Nancy's view on the world. So I'll ask you a couple questions that I like to ask everybody. If you could talk to any historical figure about AI, who would you choose, and what would you talk about? What would you do?
I'm going to pick two.
Okay.
I keep talking about Dr. Joseph Weizenbaum, who wrote Computer Power and Human Reason, and he's the gentleman who had created the ELIZA program. Okay. I would absolutely love to sit down with Dr. Weizenbaum and have some of the similar conversations that he presents in his book. And I would love to come to sit down with him and ask him these use cases. The exact use case of the autonomous vehicle. Okay, there's going to be times where the AI could make the right decision. There's going to be times when the human makes the right decision. And I would love to walk with him through some of the things that are in his book, that were in his brain, that are not in the book, and see where he would land on some of these difficult questions. And yeah, I think that would be fascinating. It's like, of course, I would love to know what Jesus would say. Sure. I would absolutely love, because...
Well, let's not leave the doctor just yet.
Okay, let's go with the doctor.
Yeah,
okay.
Because it kind of ties into what we were just talking about. Yeah. If his era is like the 50s, 60s, 70s, you're probably a student before that. That was more the utopian cities. Right, that was the view back then. At the World Fair, it was always the utopian city with the car,
yes.
Right?
Bingo, yes.
But here we are. It's not a utopian city.
Yeah.
So maybe he would find that a little bit of a contradiction, right? Where, well, what do you mean you need autonomous cars? Don't you have people movers? Right, like the old Disneyland people mover. Right?
Yeah.
That's what they thought we'd be in.
Yeah, that one's interesting, and I want to tie it back into Jesus here in a second, okay, yeah. But because I think it gets to the crux of it. But I could, and if I think I hear what you're saying, there was an aspect of society in that day that it was utopia. Mm-hmm. It was Ward and June Cleaver, and everybody had a happy family, and everything was good in the world. I think that's where you're coming from a little bit.
Well, it was more about, like, that was their vision of the future.
Their vision of the future, right? of utopia.
Yeah, like when you see the old black and white films on the World Fair, the World Fair was always about, hey, in the year 2000, it'll be people movers on these dedicated roads.
Okay.
That's more what I mean.
Okay, so that's a little different. So that society at the time that they are picturing the future of technology, right. They're picturing utopia, right. And the perfect society.
Right. So wouldn't Dr. Joseph kind of find it funny that you're asking about autonomous vehicles? Because what do you mean they need to have their own special AI? Don't they just move with the rails that are integrated into the road and they talk to each other?
He would pull it apart, slice by slice. Okay. Because he had a very, very good sense. Like we talked about, what are the things that you want to delegate to AI or to a computer or to automation, to non-human automation, and what do you not want to? Mm-hmm. So, and this brings up a great ethical question, because I was reading one magazine that was projecting, what if we had robots that could go visit the elderly who don't have someone to come visit them? Mm-hmm. That sounds wonderful. He would have a problem with that, mm-hmm. because he felt that if it's putting automation, putting AI in places that where the knowledge, and that can be emotional knowledge or whatever, is derived uniquely as humans, that's not where you want AI to play. You don't want AI to be your psychotherapist. So when he built Eliza, he would not advocate that anyone ever go to AI for psychotherapy. Mm-hmm. Somebody else might argue and say, well, what if it helps people because we don't have enough psychotherapists? That's where you have to think about the trade-offs of what happens when you go down that path. And so with regards to the elderly person, what we need is somebody putting energy into, let's get more kids off the frickin' phone and they can go play cards with somebody at this skilled nursing place. Mm-hmm. And my mom was in skilled nursing or assisted living and then skilled nursing for like 5 years. And there were not enough of us in there spending time with our elderly. Mm-hmm. And if we had that deep sense of respect for human dignity, like we say we do, but we're not always perfect at, we would be solving that problem with humans and not even thinking about solving it with AI. And then it brings up, and I realized this last night at some point, I think when we make these decisions, and this is why we all need to have a philosophy of AI, we need to understand our own personal worldview. What is my worldview? So I'm a Christian, and so my worldview is Jesus is who he said he was. And so part of that worldview is the fact that I know I'm not perfect, and I will never be perfect. I mean, the only perfect human was Jesus. And I always try, and thanks to the grace of God, I do improve certain aspects of who I am over time, but I'm not going to be perfect. I cannot be perfected. No human can be perfected. And so that's the worldview that I have, that I bring to these conversations. And I think that's why the founders of this country, they weren't all Christians. Some of them were deists, but they were all kind of biblically informed, Old Testament or New Testament. And so when you have these three branches of government that can have checks and powers on each other, it's because they knew that humans weren't perfect. They fully respected the fact that in their view, the best possible type of democracy was this representative form of government where we had the three branches of government. And it was the checks on whether or not, because one branch is going to do something bad and evil, so you got to have a check and balance on that. And so I think I take that, and then I look at this perception that technology is going to bring in nirvana and everything's going to be perfect. No. Can we use technology to solve today's problems and make life better for citizens? Yes, that's what humans have been doing since the beginning of humanity, is we consistently are doing things in which we can make life better for others, in which people can, even if you're poor, you can still eat. You can still have your kids get educated. Even the poorest of the poor, most of them still have a smartphone somewhere. And I once read a paper in 8th grade. I had a fantastic 8th grade teacher. His name was Binger Dixon. And his stance was, even the poorest of poor today have much more than the kings of the past had. So anytime, we go look at, okay, what was life like 200 years ago? There are more people that thrive, are free, and having families and just living life with comfortably, without the threat of getting eaten by some animal or, killed by something than ever before. And so there's the part that I think about where, okay, we got the Jetsons down there, and technology is going to bring in utopia. We're going to screw it up because we're humans, because we're not perfect. And I think it's that acknowledgement that we're going to screw it up that makes us think, well, maybe if we made a decision back then, given certain situations, maybe we need to revisit it again. And I think our best possible way of looking at it is to always put our humanity and the uniqueness of us as humans front and center in our philosophy and in our decision making. So I wonder what kind of parable Jesus would have if he were here today.
About AI.
Yeah. I mean, he'd have some wicked parables because he had the most amazing parables and told the most amazing stories that made everybody go, regardless of whether or not someone is a Christian or not, regardless of whether or not people even think he walked the earth, the stories that are ensconced of the parables that he told just make you go, And I bet he would not be pro AI, he would not be against it, but he'd make us think about it.
Which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing. We just need to think about it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So speaking of thinking, so here's another question I ask everybody. I give you a magic microphone where you can talk to the entire world for 5 minutes on one concept. And it can be AI, it can be anything you want. Maybe there's something you want to clear
So
up.
this is outside of our conversation on AI right now.
It's on anything. Maybe you are so passionate about AI that you would use, because it's a powerful 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
To talk. Maybe you would want to use, maybe you want to use it for something else. But you can talk to the entire world.
I would give the microphone to Jesus, or I would ask Jesus to tell me the story that I would tell everybody. 5 minutes on any topic.
You get 5 minutes. The whole world has to listen to you. What do you tell people? You know, maybe some people would want to, you know, help clear up a misconception or get some positive message out there, like an encouragement. What would you choose?
Food.
Okay.
I would talk about food, and it would be within the context of, and that just popped in my head. You ask me the same question tomorrow, it'll be something different.
Okay, that's good.
We can't live without it. We derive joy from it. We make a lot of unhealthy decisions about it.
Sure.
But like, food's amazing. The amount of creativity that goes into it. The fact that there's no way that I can duplicate Nana's chicken, and Nana's chicken might be better than Nashville chicken. I'm just saying, I might get in trouble for saying that, but Nana's chicken is probably better than Nashville chicken.
So we're talking Texas chicken here.
No, Nana lived all over the place.
Okay.
This is my husband's mom. This is my mother-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she's Nana to her grandkids. But it's, and the reason why I would pick food is because AI doesn't need food. Food is such a human thing. And it's the thing we get together to eat food together. Like, most people don't go out to dinner by themselves. I'm that rare exception where I'm totally cool. Like, you know, I was at the Redneck Riviera last night, went by myself, sitting there by myself, eating the chili, enjoying everything and talking to people. Most people don't do that. But food is one of those things that unites us. It's at dinner time, hopefully we sit down as a family. And anybody can do it. Anybody can cook. And it blows me away to think about, in our society today, we don't appreciate the fact that our moms and our grandmas back in the day, they had to learn to cook. There was no McDonald's down the street. And they had to learn how to can. But when you look at history, you look at all these festivals, talking about Jesus, back in Jesus' day, the festivals. And they didn't have all of our modern conveniences. And it was still this, food is this amazing thing that it's part of what makes us human. I spent 5 minutes talking about food.
You know, that's interesting, because I think about that also, in the sense that, you know, I'm fascinated by the commonalities that human cultures have across the world.
Yeah.
And I have like this informal list of things that I keep in mind, you know, my observations about what we all do that makes us all human. So one of them is a hot beverage, right?
Yes.
There is no culture out there that doesn't either consume coffee or tea.
Right.
You cannot find that, right?
Yeah.
So to me, it's things like that I do find fascinating. Like
I got one for you.
Okay.
Everybody has a pierogi. Everybody has something, or I don't pronounce it correctly, but in Indian food, the samosa.
Yeah.
Samosa.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah.
Pierogi.
Yeah. What's the U.S.
Empanada.
Empanadas. Okay.
Hot dog. Okay, hot dog's not quite it, but everybody has something that you have a flour-based bread, and you got something on the inside.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, beyond food, maybe you can help me come up with more.
Creme brulee. You got creme brulee, you got flan. Not everybody has it, but again, it's the same thing. It's exactly what you're talking about, is that those commonalities across,
Yeah. So, focusing again more on the human side, and also you, you're going into a new role.
Yes.
You have a TED Talk.
Yes.
So lots
now,
of
let me be careful. TEDx. So I have not been on the TED stage. It's a TEDx talk, and the title is Engineering Creativity on Demand, where engineering basically means a process, and it's about understanding the basics of creativity so you can just be more creative in your daily life. Yeah. So I have the TED Talk, TEDx talk.
So is that something you're looking to do more of, as far as public speaking or whatnot?
Yeah, that's and I'm rolling into, the other thing is I'm an empty nester.
Oh, okay.
I have time again. Okay. There's no more lacrosse practices, and kids have flown the coop. Most of them are off the payroll, and so my focus is on this new role that I'm going to be starting soon. I'm super excited because there's just so many brilliant engineers to be working with, and solving some of these AV problems. And so, yeah, speaking on human creativity, whether it's speaking or workshops, I really want to lean into that with my free time. And in particular, as it relates to AI, one of the things I want to do, I simply haven't done it yet, is I want to spend more time working with women so they understand the space. Because the last thing you want as a small business owner, woman business owners, have some dude come in and mansplain you about AI. So, so I think in particular, working with women in that and understanding AI and even the whole thing on helping people just create your philosophy around AI. Mm-hmm. So I think that would just be a blast. So that's the side gig, and then the end goal is the STEM and helping bring science, technology, engineering, and math into underprivileged communities, whether it's a community back down the street from me, whether it's a local juvenile detention center, whether it's some island where my husband and I dive. In 10 years down the road, that's definitely where I would love to be playing.
Awesome. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Any other messages or anything else you want to get out before we wrap up?
I would encourage people to think. Learn from our ancestors. Mm-hmm. Learn from somebody who's not alive anymore, who wrote an amazing book. It's really interesting, and I don't know who advocated this, but if you go way back before the printing press, mm-hmm. there was somebody specific that mentioned this, and I don't know who it was, but society was concerned about how books would be dehumanizing. Mm-hmm. Because we would no longer gather in the parlor or the living room and have conversation. We'd have our head stuck in the book and not want to talk to anybody. And that's the exact same thing going on today. Our ancestors, I would encourage people to learn from our ancestors. Go talk to your grandma and your grandpa, your mom and dad, learn from them, and learn to be a critical thinker. Don't assume that your favorite politician, whether he's orange or green, is speaking the absolute truth. Mm-hmm. Learn to have a good BS detector, and you get that just by challenging yourself, spending more time with humans, learning from others, and just learn to be a critical thinker and pursue truth in that process.
I love that. What a great way to wrap everything up. We've had such great, wide-ranging conversations.
Yeah.
So I want to really appreciate your time, and thanks for being with us.
I want to thank you too. And I did not get a chance to ask you as many questions as I would love to ask, but I really appreciate your heart for people and for others.
Thank you.
And being a leader and even in your data science space, you challenge people. It's like, no, you're not going to be a data scientist. Right. Overnight. Right. There are kids out there that need to hear that message. Sure. And that message is spoken in love, and it's spoken from the place of, I've walked this path. I want to help you walk this path well. And that's what I see you doing. I think that's fantastic.
Well, we're trying. Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Again, appreciate all the time we spent together.
Yeah, I do too. I appreciate the challenges. I appreciate that we can get to answers by coming at a topic from different perspectives, and that's fantastic.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you.
I would say Steve Jobs.
You would want to explain AI to Steve Jobs? That's a bold statement.
Well,
that's a bold statement.
He missed that, right? He got some of it, but he missed the last few. Like the big
the last mile for sure.
Leaps. Yeah. And so I would be very curious to hear what his thoughts would be on AI and how, it's been. Yes, I would be very curious.
So thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your background? Feel free to tell us about your tech background, your personal background. We're here to learn about you. The reason I'm doing this series is because I want to start putting more of a personal face on AI, the people working in it, and I really believe that collecting AI right now is in a phase where we're collecting people's perspectives. So I'd love to hear your perspective and kind of what shaped you into working into AI.
Yeah, sure. I'm Shauna Sprague, and I am an AI enthusiast. I don't know that I'd call myself an expert. Not sure anybody can hold that title these days. It's moving so fast.
They try.
They try, yes. But I'm definitely an enthusiast. I have worked in IT for 20 some odd years, and everything from analytics moving into AI and large language models and GPTs and all of the above. And so that is where I'm in my space right now. I'm a small town girl from Kentucky, so I like to tell people I had zero technical background in Kentucky. I had no idea I wanted to be in technology. Then got to college and had exposure to some really amazing professors that basically sat me down and said, hey, I think that you could make a career out of this if you wanted to, and not just make it an easy A. And so from there, I learned about technology and got really into it. So I started out my career in consulting, and then I spent about a few years in medical sales, selling diabetes medical supplies, because I was in graduate school and I was getting my MBA and I needed flexibility. And surprisingly, I wanted to be in technology sales, but nobody would hire me. So, but I got right into medical sales, so the flexibility is what I needed. So that's where I ended up. And then from there, I worked in technology. I spent about 7 years at Dollar General Corporate. And then now I'm just doing AI program management. So people come to me with brilliant ideas, and I try to help make it, carry it across the line to finance and the business.
Okay. Well, yeah, we talked a little bit about that. It seems like both you and I went to college in the same period.
Yeah.
Great time to be a new graduate. The .com boom and things along those times. We talked a little bit about HTML. Good time to know HTML, even though maybe the tools were nowhere near as sophisticated as yeah, exactly, as they are now. So do you feel like you followed a pretty good progression to where you are now in AI? Because if you graduated during a .com boom, you've picked up a lot of skills along the way. You've seen a lot of growth. You see things come and go. Some things maybe that didn't work so well, right? We, people like you and I, we've seen a lot of hype in our time that didn't really pan out.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the .com boom. Like if you could come up with a .com, then you could get VC funding and run with it and all that good stuff. I think back to learning Cold Fusion. I don't know if you even remember Cold Fusion. I'm pretty sure that's faded out.
Yeah. But I hear that Jeremy Allaire is still around. That was his product.
Yeah.
But I hear he's still around. Yeah.
It was actually a good product. Like it was very easy to use. It was, the learning curve was low. I did Cold Fusion for a few years. Yeah. I did ASP.NET.
Yeah.
Yeah, .NET was a big one. And then C#.NET, and then Java. Yeah. And so, and now Python.
Sure.
And so I'm a little away from the programming side of things these days, but thank goodness AI has made that super easy. I mean, the other day I built an app with AI, and I haven't built an app in 10 years. Yeah. So it was just click, click, click. And I was like, this is impressive.
I had a meme go really popular on my channel about that, about how you ask ChatGPT to write these programs, and it's like, okay, great, but geez, that used to take me months and months to put together. Is that a little depressing to you, or what's your feeling on that? What does that make you feel when you think, wait a minute, I did this in C# and it was a multi-week project, and I just got it in 10 minutes?
I do feel a little bit like the old lady telling people, like, I walked 10 miles in the snow to get to school, telling your kids, like, I had it way harder than you. And so I do feel a little bit like that, where I'm like, we had to learn a notepad. All I didn't have any fancy tools. We had black screen, green letters. Right. That was it. Right, sure. And then when we got Windows, that was like a huge thing,
Sure. But does that scare you at all about AI? Just kind of like how quickly it can encapsulate your career?
It does scare me a little bit. There's been situations where I've helped people with their websites, and I'm like, well, just show me the HTML and I can just fix it in there. And they can't do that because they only know the tool. And so I do worry that we're losing some of those skills. So at some point we're going to get to where somebody needs to be able to fix something or get in there and just lay eyes on it and look at it. And the GPT tools aren't as good at editing like that way as they are about building from scratch. So that is one thing that I worry, that we're losing those basic skills. And so I know they're still teaching them in school, which is great. And I know my child's always like, why do I have to learn this? And I'm like, I know. but it's good to have that foundation, and having that foundation also for someone, in our age bracket who have seen the revolution, we understand how we got here. Like, this is how we got here.
Right.
You can't do everything in Excel anymore.
Okay.
So, which is still, in my opinion, I get this question all the time, is Excel going away? And I don't think Excel's ever going away.
No.
I think that if you took Excel away, you would grind every company to a halt.
That is exactly what I tell my followers. The world economy would shut down if something were to happen to Excel.
I mean, people rely on it. I mean, I do too. Everything starts out, even when I go on vacation, everything starts out as a little spreadsheet of all right, type that stuff in real quick.
Sure, yeah. Or even PowerPoint. It surprises me how many things are delivered in PowerPoint.
Yeah.
When I was last with Citi, and I really had to up my PowerPoint skills at a place like that, because even the smallest deliverables, it's like, well, where's the deck? It's like, well, can't I just write you an email on this?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, and I like to say everybody likes pretty. They won't admit that. Everybody will say, no, I just want the hardcore,
right.
But they want pretty. They want pretty colors, and they want it to be in a nice package.
Sure.
And so when you deliver it like that, the same thing when you're building dashboards, everybody wants a pretty dashboard. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants just the matrix. That's,
sure. So you mentioned a lot of technologies there. You mentioned a very similar tech stack to what I used. I definitely used Cold Fusion and C. I did C# for a long time, some Java. So what is the tech stack that you would recommend to a teenager, or so you mentioned your son or somebody in college? What would you recommend to somebody now in the age of AI, right? Because you probably wouldn't recommend every single language out there.
No, I would definitely say Python.
Mm-hmm.
Python number one, SQL number two, which even 5 years ago or 2 years ago, I would have said SQL number one, but I think Python has now kind of taken the lead in that. So I would say, especially when you're talking about AI, so SQL, Databricks, big fan of Databricks.
Okay.
And basically Microsoft's whole stack. I feel like they've done Azure really well.
Okay.
And so that's where. And then as far as GPTs, I'm OpenAI's. I'm a partial to that. I think more because that's been my go-to, and it was the first one out. Mm-hmm. But then there's some really cool things like Claude Artifacts are amazing. That is really cool. I mean, to be able to take a picture of a website and say rebuild it. That's amazing.
It is.
And so some of that stuff. So, but I feel like we're inching, right? We're going one, it's here, and then right. And now we have DeepSeek and stuff like that. So, which I think is great for coding.
Right.
So
yeah, I definitely agree. I think people don't give OpenAI enough of that first mover advantage credit.
Yeah.
Because they really did kind of crack that dam open and set the world free on LLMs. Because obviously they've been around for a while. But they brought them to the masses.
Well, and they made it what I call they did the Apple effect, where Apple takes something and they make it super easy. And I love that about Apple. I'm clearly a Apple connoisseur, but I love that it's very seamless. There's no you just buy a watch and it connects itself and it did all the things for me, and I'm like, this is great.
Yeah.
And so they did the Apple effect on it, and I think that is going to carry them farther. Even now, I still feel like OpenAI is easier to use than its competitors, and I try to be tool agnostic. I like Perplexity AI a lot as well. Mm-hmm. So that was another one of my front runners, and it's still one of the models that I go to on the regular if I need to use any kind of external resources. I always use Perplexity.
Do you find yourself kind of going from LLM to LLM based on a coding need or an image need, or?
Yeah, if you're going to do images, you have to use the OpenAI models. That is, in my opinion, unless you want to use Midjourney. But if you're going to try to automate something, if you're going to code, I feel like that the DeepSeek has pretty significant coding abilities at this point. Yeah, okay. And also I feel like that I would say Claude, Anthropic's Claude is also in there. I feel like Google's kind of I love Google, but I feel like they've kind of on the lower end at the moment. Yeah. But like I said, I feel like that's an inch. Every day there's a new announcement. We've got this new thing. We've got this new thing. And so,
even within the the companies you mentioned, do you also find yourself using the different model variations? Because for me, my coding, I like OpenAI 4.0 specifically. I think that's their strongest coding engine. but I might use, O1 or O3 for other things. Do you find yourself doing that too?
Oh, of course. And it depends. And when you're building something where you always have to factor in cost too. So if I can use O1 Mini, I will, because I feel like, the cost is, the price is there. And then, so going back and forth. And a lot of times when I'm building something, I like to actually use multiple models. So I like to use Claude, Perplexity, and OpenAI. And I like to, especially when I'm building like a research assistant or something like that, I want it to actually talk to each other and argue with each other and then give me a result. So it is a little more expensive to do it that way. But using 3 models or 2 models, multiple heads in the game, so to speak. And so they are slightly different, in their results. And so I found that is, you can give it personas and then have it, argue.
A consensus result.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So I like to do that, especially when we're talking about, something that you're presenting to a C-level executive or to higher level leadership. You want to make sure you get that right.
Okay. That's very cool. I like that. That's an interesting way to go about it.
Yeah. Are you really talking pennies difference? I mean, I jokingly tell people when I first got the OpenAI, when I first connected it, the API, I put $100 in my account thinking, I'm going to spend like $30, $40 a month, and I went wild one month and spent like $2.17. So, we're really talking pennies to do that extra step. And so I feel like it's worth that extra step to me, that extra pennies on the dollar for them.
That's funny because I kind of had a little bit of the opposite experience. They've made it a little bit hard to find now, but OpenAI had this amazing model fine-tuning example about how you could take their model and fine-tune it for the Olympics. They had like this step-by-step tutorial. It was wonderful. They took you from scraping Wikipedia to a fine-tuned model. But in that, I totally blew through my $100 because I can't remember which step it was, but along the steps, you quickly blow through that and you start to realize, oh, wait a minute, tokens matter.
Yeah, no, you actually can. And then images, of course. The more images you produce, those eat up the tokens pretty quickly too.
Sure, yeah.
So.
But let's talk a little bit more about kind of just your development, and again the personal side of it. I want to know 2 things. What is it that excites you the most about AI, and what is it that scares you the most about AI? What do you think?
I think the thing that excites me the most is the healthcare implications, to be able to diagnose and find those cures for incurable diseases as we know it now. And I really hope that is something we see in the future, where we can either get really early detection, or, I feel like that as like cancers and things like that have become more, they're definitely on the rise from where they were years ago. Maybe we can identify what it is that's causing that, and so I'm really hopeful, and that's what I'm the most excited about. So I think that there's a lot of, and I think that healthcare in general has been a little bit behind the curve on adopting new technologies. They've got HIPAA and they've got a lot of, privacy laws around them, and I completely understand that. But I think we're in a world now where they can play in this new bubble and try to get some of those advances. And so I think that'd be great.
Okay.
I think the thing that scares me the most is like,
Well, actually, before we leave that, mind. So is that kind of obviously it's a noble use of AI, but it also strikes me as part of like, what is it? The greatest effort for the greatest good,
yes.
Right? Is that how you view it, or?
Yeah, no, and I think that, that excites me, the idea that this could like really be life-changing for people, like
worldwide.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
And so, I think that would be amazing. And so, I guess the greatest good for the most people is what I think on that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So what makes you afraid?
The thing that scares me is I have a 12-year-old, and what does the world look like for her generation? Jobs. I think that, as someone who essentially automates and tries to help people streamline processes, meaning less people have to do the job, there are less going to be jobs available. And so I worry that they're going to come out and there aren't going to be jobs for them when they graduate college and things like that. And so, and I worry that, the income gap is going to get wider. So I think what's going to happen is, we're going to eliminate all the, what we call blue collar jobs. And I say that respectfully, as my dad worked on the assembly line for General Motors. And so I feel like most of those jobs are going to go away. And so then we're only going to have these high level, data scientists and people that are, highly educated. And so the people in the middle are the ones that are going to get really hit. And so I think we probably move to a universal basic income at some point. And that, but I also want, my daughter generation to be able to succeed and have fulfillment in that. And so I worry about what a universal basic income would do for the mental health of that generation, that we've already put them through COVID. We've already, messed them up.
Yeah,
So, they've got a lot to, so I guess that's what scares me is the idea that we automate everything and then what's left, I mean, realistically, at some point I automate myself out of a job. So
Right.
someday I may be able to automate everything I do.
Sure, yeah. If you were to automate everything you do, and you had a personal assistant, what personality or what traits would your ideal personal assistant have?
I think they would have to be, very organized, because I tend to be a little less organized. My ADHD brain goes all over the place. So they would have to be very organized, and but I would like them to be like entertaining, and like to me, if I'm going to have an assistant, they're going to be like part of my team. They're my friend. They're like we are a team together, and so I feel like they have a fun personality. And so in my mind, and I think that's how we get adaption on these personal assistants too, is they're not robotic. They are, part of our personality. Maybe if you're really into superheroes, maybe it's a superhero. If you're, maybe you adapt a personality like that.
Okay.
I'm a little snarky, so I guess it might need to be a little snarky.
Really? You'd want it to mimic you in that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Because some people, well, I guess.
It's emulating me, so I want it to be like me.
Right. But I guess I guess maybe it's Hollywood that shaped us to always think of these AI assistants as these floating orbs, or
Judy Jetson, like
yeah, exactly, or just faceless voices that we talk to that are built into our house or whatnot that help us in some way.
Yeah, and another thing that like worries me about the AI is it's not going to be long before we have like AI dating, like the bots and stuff. And so I think that's both a good thing on, loneliness, but also does that cause another generation to pull away from actual human connection? And so, there's a lot of things too, on good and bad on both sides of everything.
Are you worried about that in the sense that if you're getting UBI, that means you're not going to work. That means you're not making those work connections, those happy hours, those birthdays. Does that worry you?
Yeah, it does. Like, I feel like that we have a generation that, my daughter was first grade when COVID hit. And so we immediately pulled them, into isolation. We no school, no nothing. And with her, we had very strict rules on the tablet time, but then that was her only connection to people. So we basically ripped that rule out the window and said, okay. And then my husband and I were working. So it was like, so there's a whole generation of those kids that their go-to is to isolate and, talk to each other via tablets and not actually be in person. And so I worry that if we take those kids that already have that disposition that want to be introverts, and we put them in those, scenarios, that then, we have compounded the problem there. So so we're going to have to figure out a way to like forcibly get them out, and how are they going to meet people, and
That's not easy.
It's not easy. I mean, it wasn't easy when we did it the old-fashioned way either.
Sure.
So, but I think, we have to be more intentional. Same thing with like the return to the office and things like that. I think that we just have to be intentional with when we are all going to meet here, and we're all going to, meet up, and we have to be more intentional with our connections, which for some people is going to be hard. I'm an extrovert, so I'll talk to anyone. But for an introvert, I can see that being a challenge.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, very interesting. So, I'm sure that you're providing a lot of advice to your kids, and and shaping them in with all your lessons learned. If you could go back and talk to yourself at, let's say, 20 years old, what would you tell yourself? Knowing what you know now, what do you think?
Buy Amazon stock.
Maybe Apple
buy Google
too.
stock, Apple, buy it all. Google, Aside from that, I would gotten myself to focus on data more, So I focused a lot on project management and product management, and I always liked the data side, but I feel like data is going to, just like coverage is king with cell phones, I think data is going to be the king, which is also why I don't think we can discount like Google, because I think they have so much data that I think the person who has the most data in the end wins this AI game. And so I think that, yeah, I would have focused more on data and learning more about, and I have learned these things since, but these are how to more data modeling and things like that, SQL and databases, and wrapping my head around that and earlier would have helped me a lot, I think.
Okay, so yeah, so when you say data, obviously my mind pops to, well, what aspect of data? So it sounds like you're talking more about the analytical side of it and
data lakes and data, repositories and things like that. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions with AI is that people think AI is going to fix everything. And I always say, well, if your data is a mess, AI, you can't put a Band-Aid on top of it and expect it to work. Sure. You've got to get your data sorted and organized, and then we can add AI in. And so I've got some great people that I've worked with that can do those things much faster and more efficient than I can. And so I would have liked to have had more skills in that area.
Okay. Do you find that that's something that affects you now? Or you probably have people that do that for you.
Yeah, not so much now. I'm not the developer,
sure,
but I like to stay up on the skills just in case. To me, it's always the more skills I have, the more employable I am. Mm-hmm. I think that comes from a dad who worked on the assembly line and would get laid off every few years, and so he instilled in us never rely on one income. Always have they don't let go of people who have multiple skills. So right, always make sure you have multiple skills. Right. So that's always in my head, and so I do think data is going to be one of those jobs that may survive the AI. Because you are going to need those people, mm-hmm, because data is going to be the foundation of everything, mm-hmm, and it is.
Yeah, you're reminding me of a message that I often share with my followers about how people tend to overlook analytics or the role of analytics in an organization. And what I tell people is analytics solves a lot of problems, yeah, right? You can get a lot of answers from analytics. Maybe not predictive answers, mm-hmm, but there's a lot of insights you can get from analytics alone. And as you and I have talked, not everything's a data science problem. Not everything's an AI problem. So, that's kind of what you're reminding me of in terms of kind of building that foundation of data skills, where you can get pretty darn far with analytics in most companies, positions, needs.
I can almost get Excel to, make coffee. I jokingly, but there's a lot of, sometimes people will want a forecasting model. That's a pretty common request, and I'm like, well, you just need a regression analysis. You don't actually you can do that in Excel. And I always ask people, is it important to you that we use AI, or is it important to you that we solve your problem? And so if the answer is we just want to solve the problem, I can solve it for you faster and cheaper without AI. We could do it with AI too, but that's going to be overkill and it's going to take longer. And so I always make sure people understand that we want to make sure we are solving problems and not necessarily trying to use AI, our tool, our new toy. So we got a new toy in our toy box and everybody wants to play with a new toy. And I completely understand, because I want to play with the new toy too.
Sure, no, of course. Do you find that people in your current work or other situations are maybe overly enthusiastic about it?
Yeah, and I think that AI is a buzzword now.
Sure.
And so, every time I talk to somebody, they're like, we're hiring for somebody with AI experience. And my favorite is when they're like, we want somebody with generative AI with at least 10 years. And I'm like, good luck. Okay. Good luck with that. Sure. But, I think that they use those buzzwords and stuff. And, I also like to remind people that about 80% of the chat GPT stuff out there you've got all these services you can sign up for $20, $30 a month here and there. They are all just a shell over a chat GPT, mm-hmm, or a Claude or something like that. So you want to make sure that, in my mind, I want to go to the purest source of that information and not a subset of it. Mm-hmm. And so always look at that before you start investing in those types of things.
Okay, very cool. I know you and I have talked about various tools, and you mentioned a lot of various LLMs, but there's also a lot of aspects of AI autonomous vehicles, robotics. Do you take an interest in those at all, or are you kind of more on the business side?
Absolutely. I was really hoping they'd get to autonomous vehicles like everywhere before my daughter turns 16, but I don't think that's going to happen. I've been in a few car accidents, and all of them have been somebody's fault, a person's fault.
Right.
I think that autonomous vehicles have a lot of value to add. I get that where I see the hiccup is in states like California, where they already have electricity issues and pulling more off the grid. We haven't adapted them, I think, in the way that I would have hoped. But I do love this new hybrid model of these cars that'll go like 60 miles a day or 40 miles a day with just one charge, because that's really most of my driving. But I'm still a little skeptical as to drive from here to Florida. I don't trust that in small town Alabama there's going to be a charging station where I need one. Sure. And I also don't want to be stranded there. And so that worries me as well. So I think we've kind of come to this middle ground where I think we'll get more adaption and things like that through the autonomous vehicles. The robots, I've seen a lot of worked in a lot of warehouses and seen a lot of, working in supply chain. I've seen a lot of robotic operations going on. And so there's some really cool stuff out there that they've done. Obviously a robot works 24/7 and doesn't ask for a coffee break, no vacation, no nothing. But they're very expensive. So I don't think with those kind of robots, we are quite to where I don't think you need to worry about a robot cleaning lady, unfortunately. I would love to have a Judy Jetson come running around cleaning my house. That's my dream. I love the meme that says, I don't want AI to do art for me so I can clean my house. I want it to clean so I can do art. And I was like, and that's totally true. That's totally fair. Yeah. That's what I want. I want to be able to spend time with my family and do the fun stuff and let AI do the other stuff.
Well, let me ask you to put your forecasting hat on. How far do you think we are from that? Like, a robot in the home that helps you in a meaningful way. What do you think?
I would say 3 years.
Really? Some people would say that's still a short horizon.
Yeah. I would say 3 to 5 at the most. I've seen them. If you go to like Boston Dynamics, they have a lot of robots out there. Of course, they're super expensive. But last time I looked, like a robot in your home you could get one for around $30,000, which is still high, but it's not untouchable. Where it used to be $300,000 or $400,000, So, the prices are coming, and so I think that and Amazon has an Astro, which will bring you like a soda or something, but it won't go into the fridge and grab the soda, and that's really what we want is something that we can. But I did see I don't know if you have an iRobot or a Roomba.
I do not.
Okay. Well, we have several. We love them.
Okay.
It's like having, that cleans the floors, and they do a great job. Well, now I saw the other day they have one, like the biggest problem with that is like leaving socks on the floor or something. It'll run over it and get stuck in it, and then it's like, so then you have to pull the sock out. Now they've got a little arm that reaches out and will pick up the sock and move it. And I was like, that's perfect. Like a toy or a sock or whatever's in the floor, it'll just move it.
Okay.
Because that's the biggest annoyance for me is that with the robot, I have to somewhat clean the house before I let it do its thing.
Right.
And so.
And do you have multiple ones because maybe you have multi-story home?
Multi-stories, yeah. We have one for each floor.
Yeah. So you hope that it'll get smart enough to be able to do that at some point, right?
Go up the stairs, yeah, because it still doesn't clean the stairs. You still have to manually do that,
Right.
But it does a lot. I wish I wish there's ones that would clean the bathrooms and things like that. That'd be nice.
Still, 3 years is pretty optimistic. I am not nearly as optimistic.
Okay.
No. I'm concerned about the fine motor skills. I think we've underestimated how many fine motor skills we have. And to make a robotic hand that can do that, I think is very difficult. I've spoken with some people that, kind of sold me on that idea. So I don't know. I just don't see it that soon.
Okay.
Yeah, a hand that has those fine motor skills and the strength and the range of motion at scale at an affordable price.
Yeah, I guess I see it more as like a robot that like you would set it up and it would just like go corner to corner and it would just like similar to what the robot does now, the Roomba does now. And so something like that. I saw where they've got them for the pools now that clean the pools, and they have them that mow the lawn. I saw one the other day mowing the lawn. I was like, That's interesting.
Yeah, there's a couple of those that are trying to get out there.
Yeah, so like so we're getting there with that type technology, and I feel like that type technology's been around for a while, but and now they have one that'll mop and vacuum, so it knows the difference between hardwood and and so I see it more as like a not necessarily an arm with dexterity, but an arm with like a pad or a foamy something that can go around multi-surfaces and then molds to the surface. And so it doesn't have to know exactly. And so like the Roomba does, the Roomba actually learns your room. And so it will over time know where it can and cannot go.
Right.
And so I feel like that it'll just be like a learning model for the robots in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll start to see more and more in like warehouse situations, where you have any kind of like, customer fulfillment type things. I think you'll see more and more of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You hear about folks who work in these large warehouses and they're walking miles and miles a day. I mean, I think some people average like double-digit miles to pick products, pull products, and stuff like that. So I could definitely see some sort of automation around that, some robotic automation around that.
Yeah, and I think there'll be the big one of the, I guess when you talk about back to autonomous vehicles, like I think one of the biggest advantages we have not explored yet are tractor trailers. In that and so that is, I feel like that it's both it's a love-hate relationship. You have to have the tractor trailers on the road, but they are everywhere now, and so I think that they could probably there's some efficiencies that could be gained with traffic patterns, as well as like they could drive 24/7, things along that line,
right?
And so and much safer too.
Yeah, I remember when autonomous vehicles were first kind of floated as an idea. I read this article that was talking about how it's a threat to the hotel industry. Yeah. Because now you could just get into your car and make your car a bedroom and say, hey, drive me to New York. You drive me from LA to New York, and
totally.
You don't have to stop. You don't need a hotel room. You don't need anything else. You barely need maybe gas up or things like that, snacks, but.
And you might not even have to gas up anymore. It may be able to pull into a gas station and automatically, no, but that's my dream, is to be able to like leave on a Friday, go to sleep and wake up in Florida or somewhere, and not have to do that drive.
Right. Yeah.
Plus plane tickets keep getting more and more expensive.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
So yeah, and that, as that happens, I'm sure all that stuff will adjust. But yeah, I can see it as being a threat, because right now, like when we go to Florida, it's about 10 hours. And so basically we'll drive on Friday until I get tired. We'll stop somewhere in Alabama, get a hotel, and then drive the rest of the way in.
Right. You can just.
But we're not doing that at a hotel anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as far as that goes, if we had a place to sleep, the younger me would have slept in the car, but older me's a little more, it's a little more high maintenance.
So you have a TED Talk coming out.
I do.
Yeah. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So the title is Automate Everything with AI. And it talks about basically how you can automate your life, not necessarily your business life, but your personal life with AI. And so I think a lot of people think, when they think AI, they think business and big, and I think smaller, and how could my life be more helpful? For example, like when my daughter has a doctor's appointment, I have AI looking at my calendar, and 24 hours before the appointment, it'll automatically send the school an email letting them know I'm going to pick her up early because she has a doctor's appointment. They don't need a personalized email from me, and that's one less email I have to send every day.
Nice.
Same thing for like birthday emails and text messages to my friends. Like, so I have those automated in there where it automatically sends one, and some people think that's like impersonal, but I think I cared enough to put you in my list of people to make sure I didn't forget. Because too many times I've thought about, I've got to send this person a message, and then I got busy at work, and then I'm laying in bed and I'm like, oh, I totally forgot to send them a message, so avoids that. And so things like that, how to automate, even elf on the shelf, if you have children, and how to come up with ideas, because after several years you run out of ideas on what to do with elf. And so what I did is I plugged it into ChatGPT. I said, give me 50 ideas or 24 ideas, don't repeat any, and also give me a list that I can do with household items. And so it gives me like a little scenario and writes me a little note and sends me every day a little idea for Elf on the Shelf, so I don't have to think about it anymore.
Okay, very cool. So I like how you're you're kind of taking those business skills and your business experience with AI, and then you're kind of applying it to the everyday person.
Yep, absolutely. And so, just trying to make, your life, more efficient, trying to, like I said, free up more time so that you can do something that brings yourself joy and, do all the things you want to do. I still haven't, gotten it to clean my bathroom, like I said, but, I can get it to read through my emails and automatically respond. And I got it reading through and it'll, it just saves them to the drafts. So now at the end of the day, I just look through my drafts and see which ones, and it knows to respond to, not to respond to soliciting and only respond to some. And then I just look through my drafts and I say, okay, send, or update however I want. And so it's significantly faster and it's saved me a ton of time. So
awesome.
I get somewhere between 200 to 500 emails a day.
Wow, that's plenty.
That's a few. And so just trying to sort through all those things.
Okay.
And so things like that, that could be applied to business as well, customer service issues versus, just a product inquiry or something. There's all kinds of applications there. But I tried to look at it as like me personally, how can I save time?
Okay.
And automating all my social media posts and, going out there and it looks at the news and what's in the news and, what's new with AI. And, some people have it doing blog posts and things like that.
Yeah. So, staying more on that, everyday person with AI side, what is a question you wish more people would ask you about AI?
I guess how they can use it in their personal lives. I think a lot of people are like, oh, that's way, you're way too smart. I'm like, I'm not that smart. I've average IQ. And so it's a matter of, trying it. I always tell people just try one thing. If you can automate one thing in your life, then maybe that works for you and you try something else. And so you build from there. You don't start out automating, 400 things. You just do one at a time. It's just like a weight loss journey or anything else, one piece at a time, one step at a time, and so it's the same concept. So I wish more people would ask me how they can learn how to do it versus assume that they're not smart enough to do it because they don't have a technology degree.
So you see that hesitation there?
Oh, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, especially when I talk to other parents and things like that, at school, and I explain to them how I take a picture of the school gives you this whole list of here are all the dates that you need to remember. And so I load it into a PDF, load it into ChatGPT, tell it to put it into a Excel spreadsheet, and then I load it all really quickly with ChatGPT into my calendar, using make.com. And so I just load it and then it's all done in a matter of a minute, 30 seconds, somewhere in there. And so I was explaining that to them. They're like, oh, well, that's way too, I could never do that. And I'm like, yeah, you can. You actually can. It's actually really simple. And I can show you how.
Yeah.
And so I wish more people would ask me how they can do it versus just assume they're not smart enough.
Okay.
Because it's not like I went to college for this, They didn't have AI classes
Sure,
when I graduated in 2001.
Right. Do you think that that's potentially going to lead to a scenario where it scares more people about AI? Because, you're describing people who ultimately don't yet understand the power of it. So maybe they don't understand when people like you and I are saying, hey, we're going to have some layoffs in the future, or there's going to be changes coming up. Do you think that maybe that's part of it, or that would assist in that?
I'm sure some of that is in there. I think it's just more a general I find that people are either love technology and embrace it, even when it comes to their phone, or they just assume I'm not good at that. They just throw their hands up. And I think that we're all going to have to embrace it, whether they like it or not. And I explained to him that I'm like, it's probably, if you have Siri, you already got it. It's already in your phone.
Right.
And we have our lights at our house where you can come in and say, Alexa, turn on the lights, and the lights come on. But what we don't have is AI. So I always explain to people that is programming. That is a specific phrase that you have to say exactly for Alexa to do what they're going to do. Now, an AI version of that would be if I went in and I said, wow, it's dark in here. And Alexa said, do you want me to turn on the lights?
Right. Yeah, big difference.
Big difference. Yeah. And so that's, how I explain it to people is you're already using this stuff. You just don't realize it.
Sure. So I think that when you're talking about helping people understand how easy it is, how straightforward it can be, I think you're kind of also just describing the mindset that you've developed as, through your work experience and all the tech you've worked on. So that makes sense. But do you have any other like hobbies or, kind of personal interests that you think have kind of helped feed that?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think, I like to experiment and piddle with things. And so during COVID, I built a wood laser engraver, an X tool in my garage. It's a kit you buy and you build it up and you connect it to the computer and you can, engrave on wood, you can engrave on anything, like plastic, name it. And so I think that my curiosity and constant need to like, let's see if I can do it. Let me, that do-it-yourself kind of mentality is there. And I stress that in my TED Talk about like, think of AI as a mindset and as a way to wrap your head around like, what could it be? Don't accept, I think we all get stuck in like, oh, well, it's always been that way, or that's how things work. Sure. But when you open your brain, you say, okay, well, does it have to work that way? Maybe it could be different. And so when you start expanding that, that's when we really get into the ideas and where AI can really plug in and help us.
Okay, very cool. So kind of building on that a little bit, but this is a question I ask all of my interviewees. If I gave you a magic microphone that let you talk to everybody in the world for 5 minutes, and you can really only talk about like one topic in that time, what would you tell people? And it doesn't have to be AI related, just maybe some misconception or whatever. What is like, I give you the ability to talk to the entire world. They have to listen to you for 5 minutes. What are you talking about?
I think I'm talking about, it's, AI and that mindset of learning new things and being curious. It's not about how smart you are. It's about that work ethic and drive to succeed and that drive to make things better in the world. And so that is what drives me. So when people say I'm really smart, I remind them that I'm just average IQ, and that's a fact. I do work really hard, but I'm super curious. And so I like to, expand my mind and try to think of possibilities. And so I think that is what I would talk to people about is possibilities. Like think about what do you want the world to look like, and how do you take steps to make that happen?
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. You're reminding me of some of the advice that I give to younger people that approach me. And I know you have young kids, where it's not so much about, well, I got to go to the right school, I got to have the right computer science degree or whatnot. It's more about, well, what is it that you're trying to achieve in your career? And what are the skills you need? Not the degrees, but the skills you need. Because there's a difference between skills and degrees. So is that kind of like where you're headed with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I always tell kids too, I'm like, think about what you want your life to look like. Not necessarily like, I want to be a doctor or a lawyer. What do you want your life to look like? Like, do you want to work 3 days a week? Do you want to work from home? Do you want, do you want to work like in isolation or do you want to be around a bunch of people? So that is more of a career indicator to me. What do you like? What experience do you like? Versus, and then from there we'll figure out what you can do within those, what that confines there. Do you want to be super wealthy and rich? Maybe a teacher is not a good path for you. So we just need to work through those things. And so, yeah, I agree that think about the skills that I always remind students, because the first thing I always get when I talk to younger, especially elementary, middle school kids, is they're like, I want to be a video game programmer. I'm like, okay, well, how do you become a video game programmer? Like, I don't know, I'm just going to go to college and become a video game programmer. And I'm like, okay, well, I can tell you that every professional athlete, did not start out just saying, I want to play in the NBA. They worked every day towards that. So maybe you have a robotics club, or maybe you could, talk to your tech teacher, your science teacher, and find out how you get more involved and how, when people come to me, I never turn them down, especially when they're looking for advice. I'm always willing to have a meeting. It may have to be virtual just based on schedule, but I'll always have that meeting with them and talk them through like how do you get there? What are the steps that you can do right now? Not like, when I get to college, I'm going to take all these classes. Well, let's start right now, like YouTube. I'm like, YouTube's a fantastic resource. I learn a lot from YouTube. There's people I follow that, they have more time than myself, and they will read through, go through. Mark Wolf's a great one. He does really great stuff. So there's a bunch of things like that that they could do now, or even taking, asking for volunteer projects. I always say there's nonprofits all over town that would love to have somebody come in and help them do an AI project. And they don't care if you have experience. They would love it.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. It seems like that's something that's kind of fallen out of practice, right? Where you can approach companies and try to pick up small things where you can just build up your skills, right? You're just trying to be a young person or a young professional, trying to break in and work on anything they'll give you, really.
Yeah. And that's how I got started. I mean, that's how I got started building websites. Like, I was like, hey, do you need a website? Like, I can build that for you, And then they would call me and be like, we need a server for this and that. Can you do that? And that's where I'd call my professor and be like, do you know how to build a server? He was like, we'll do it together. And so and that built a portfolio for me. So then I had like documented skills. It's not enough to just take a class and say, like, I took a class in SQL. It's much more impactful if you're like, well, I worked for this company and I helped them build out these SQL statements and this is how I did it.
Right. Yeah. That's I like that, because I had similar experiences where I basically went into consulting by myself right out of college, and I would manage to land contracts here and there. And I landed a contract with a fairly sizable consulting firm. I won't say their name, but part of my job was also, working for one small group, and then on my off time, I would go upstairs to where all the offices were, and I would just pop my head into the different offices and say, "Hey, I'm Dennis. I'm working downstairs. How are you? These are my capabilities. Is there anything I can help you with?" And that's kind of how you build things up sometimes.
I always tell people, like, it's amazing to me how many people don't do that. That's one of my first things when I have somebody new coming, especially if they come straight out of college. I'm like, find a mentor in the company. Like, it doesn't have to be me. And most of the time, it's better if it's not your boss. It's somebody that you can ask.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's better if you can just, even if they're in a different department. But I started out, like, when I was at Dollar General, I started out in the real estate side, where I was working on the maintenance issues and things like that. But I wanted to be in IT. And so I started making friends in IT. Sure. What are you guys doing? And then, like, this is some of the stuff I'm doing. And then, so I started, making friends and making sure they knew I had skills. And so when a job opened up over there, they were like, oh yeah, Shauna's always around, So, things like that, making sure people, and, I always am flattered when somebody asks me, can I, could you mentor me? Could you give me some career advice here? And I've gotten some tremendous advice from people that were, what I considered very high up in the organization at the time in my career, but now I'm looking back, I'm like, they're just regular people like me. They're not necessarily, this is another thing I always say, they're not necessarily smarter than you. They may have better opportunities, they may have had a better education, but that doesn't mean that they're better at their job, but use their advice, use their skills.
Sure.
So I had somebody very clearly map out for me something I didn't understand at all, and early in my career was that nobody is going to, if you are not vocal about what you want, your career goals and moving and advancing, they'll assume you're happy because you're not complaining.
Sure.
You're not complaining, you're sitting there, and so nobody's going to come by and be like, Shauna's doing a great job, let's give her a promotion.
Right.
You have to ask for that. Right. And so be more vocal. So somebody had to teach me to be more vocal and to own things that I did a good job at, and to ask if, and sometimes I would even say, can I take notes in the meeting for you? So I could be in the meeting and hear what was going on. And nobody likes to take notes, so they were always happy to, yes, sure. You can go in the meeting. Now we have note takers, but things like that. Can I help you with that? Like, the grunt work.
Yeah.
And every project has grunt work. Or can I proofread your slides for you? That's always something that everybody needs somebody to proofread.
So I love that, like, go-getter attitude that you're displaying. That's awesome. Do you think that's something that you see in the current generation, or maybe you're mentoring somebody along those lines? What do you think?
I feel like I do see it in the generation coming up. I don't think it's, I would say, like 1 in 5 maybe, and then there's like 1 in 10 that like are just really go-getters that put me to shame, like that. But I always, it's different for that they grew up differently with COVID and stuff, and so they're more introverted, I think, by nature. And one of the biggest things and the most important thing that I learned throughout the years is networking. having networking, meeting with people. Yes, it's uncomfortable. You just talk to a stranger.
I'm a terrible networker.
It's uncomfortable for everyone, but I've learned over time to just walk up to, hey, I'm Shauna. How are you? Like, what's something cool you're working on? And so I've learned so much from that. And so just those conversations of getting people to tell me what they're working on, and then it gets my brain going, okay, well, if they did that, then maybe we could, Tractor Supply is a great example of that. They've got some amazing stuff they're working on right now.
In the AI space, or how do you mean that?
In the AI space.
Okay.
So they have a very wide berth of products. So everything from dog food to farm equipment to koi ponds. Now, if you work there, it's unlikely you know about all of the products they possibly sell. So that became an issue because you ask somebody for help and they're like, what is it you're trying to look for? I don't know anything about koi ponds. You're like, I don't know, this one looks okay. But now what they have is an earpiece where they can actually hear what the conversation is and make suggestions in the earpiece so that the associate that's helping the customer actually has suggestions for koi ponds and things and dog food and farm equipment and all the things, so they don't have to know the thousands and thousands of products that they have in the store. They actually have an earpiece, and I thought that was a very unique use of that. I was like, that is really smart.
Interesting. That is very interesting. Wow, so many questions from that. One, it seems like it's one step away from that humanoid robot, right?
Yeah.
And two, is that something that's hidden or is that clearly visible? Like, would a customer know? Would a customer want to know?
I mean, if you had longer hair like me, it could probably be hidden, but for the most part, no, you can see it. It's, and I personally wouldn't have when I worked at Target many, many years ago in high school, and we had like the little walkie-talkies, and we'd be like, hey, does anybody know about whatever it is? And so same concept. You're just using it as an AI assistant there, where it's reading off a script and it's telling you about, koi ponds and something you didn't know about. So I thought it was really cool. I was like, that's really cool. Another thing they were doing is I believe they call them red coats, where they have like the red vest on so that they're an associate. And they have the outside parking area that has the farm equipment. And so to alert them when there's somebody out there not in a red coat that's walking around needing help versus that person having to come inside.
Okay, like they're doing via image recognition or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I thought that was an interesting use of that as well. So, they're doing some really cool stuff. So I found out all that through networking and just talking to people, like, and what they're working on, and those kind of things get my brain going.
Sure.
And, again, you never know with the way the world works, no matter how much you're loved at your company, there could always be layoffs. So I always say, make those relationships now. Don't wait till you need a role. Get those connections going and find out what other people are doing. And it's very helpful to me too to be like, hey, we're looking at this CRM tool. Has anybody worked with these companies before? And somebody says, oh, well, this one was great, but not so much on this one. And that's very helpful. So I know going in, I don't have to waste as much time on things.
That's good. Yeah, so I love how you're talking about all the human stuff you do with the networking and the mentoring. Are you mentoring anybody now?
Yes, I always have at least a couple of people that I'm mentoring.
Okay,
yeah. And so, and I, like I said, I never turn them down. Like it may be, a one meeting here or there, but yeah, I always try to help. And once you're in my brain and you've told me like this is what you're looking for, I will, like, if I see that job pop up, I'll shoot you a message and be like, hey, I saw this. This is a good company. I know a lot of people that work there. Just letting you know.
Very cool. Do you? What's the best advice you've ever received from a mentor?
Disappoint the right people in your life.
Okay.
And what he meant by that was the job will always be there, but don't disappoint your family. Don't miss your kid's recital because of work. Pick and choose what's important, and make sure that you disappoint the right people in your life. Wow, that's that was very hard to do. Especially somebody like me who I can self-proclaimed overachiever, where I like to be the best. I like to be that, rock star, and that makes me feel, I guess, secure in my job, being, that overachiever. And so to draw those lines and say, I am at my daughter's play, I'm not available tonight.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like that advice was probably a hard-learned lesson for that person to give you that advice.
Oh, yeah. I've been at Disney before on my on my phone trying to do work at Disney World, and I was like, this is insane. Like you got to stop.
Right. It seems like since COVID and working from home, there was definitely a blending there of the work-life lack of balance.
Well, and they knew you weren't, and that was the thing during COVID is, they would send me a message and they knew I wasn't out doing anything. Nobody was. So you were like, well, I guess I can answer that. And so I do warn younger folks, be careful of the expectation you set. If you can turn something around in an hour, maybe you give it 2 or 3 hours and then turn it around, because that's a more realistic expectation, unless somebody's told you it's an emergency. Because when you set that expectation and you always turn it around an hour, and the actual timeline is 3 hours, when you actually take that 3 hours, people are like, they're so slow. So be careful of the expectation you set. So yeah, I had to draw hard lines at one point and say, I'm spending time with my family. Do I need to step away, or is this something that can wait till tomorrow? And so that's the question if you get me after hours is presented. And there are times when there's definitely things that I need to get on and do, and that's fine. But I learned that working, myself to death was just stressing me out, and it wasn't really helping me in my career.
Okay. So speaking of which, where do you see your career going in a couple years here? Given the age of AI, you mentioned eventually we'll all erase ourselves,
Yes.
automate ourselves. What do you think? What is your how do you see your trajectory going in the next couple of years?
In the next few years, I do see myself probably going out on my own and just doing AI advisory, where I help you build your roadmap and show you what's possible, things like that. It's hard to say, and as new roles pop up, I'm always open to a conversation. So, I go back to, it's very hard for me to choose, work-life balance. I tend to be a workaholic, so trying to pull that back. And I feel like that AI is a world where you could easily be a workaholic. You could work all the time. And so I do tend to pull myself back. But I think in the next few years, I see myself moving into a senior leadership role. So I've been in, middle management leadership for a few years, and I'm looking for that next step in that. Definitely I would like to, I've got a book coming out, and of course with the TED Talk. And then I'd like to do more speaking engagements and things. And I see that as a long-term, goal is to do the public speaking circuit, because I really like that.
Oh, great. Well, tell us about your book. What's the focus of your book?
The book is about automate everything with AI. It's a continuation of the TED Talk, and so it has accompanying videos. And so the book is going to be free. And then if you want to purchase the video where you can just download the module I've built and just load it right in and just set up your stuff, you can do that. And other than that, it's free. So I wanted it to be available to everybody. So the first book's free. I sound like a drug dealer, but first one's free, and then after that. But yeah, so no, I've just got it out there. And plus, it's the first book for me, and so trying to get it out there, see what works, where it doesn't.
Books are hard.
Yes, they are hard. That last mile was a rough one.
Sure, yeah, the editing and all that, it'll take a lot out of you. Yeah. So it sounds like a lot of your focus is really bringing AI to the masses.
Yes.
What is one question that you are surprised more people don't ask you about AI? Because we talked a little bit about how easy it can be and all that, right? And most people don't realize that. But what do you think about, aren't you guys curious about this? Or, why isn't anybody asking about this?
I do think it's interesting that people rarely ask me about how much it's going to cost. They assume it is a cost savings. And so I always bring that up. And I'm like, well, it's a cost avoidance and a cost shift, but it may not be a cost savings immediately. Unless you plan to fire 10 people as soon as we launch, so that's, essentially what you're looking at is a cost shift. Yeah, especially if you're looking at, you're moving in, you got to get Databricks and you got to, all that stuff costs money to set up. And so
training is expensive.
You're moving into an AI environment. You got to make sure your data's set up well. All those things have to align for it to work well for you.
For sure.
And some of it is in the Tractor Supply example. Did that save them money, having that earpiece, or is it just better customer experience? So you also have to, you juggle those. Now, I imagine they probably sell more because they can provide a better customer experience. But then I don't know any numbers like that for them. But
Well, how do you track that, right? I mean, that's really hard to create those attributes to say directly because of this AI earpiece,
yes.
X happened, right?
Well, and it's very hard. That's always been in the digital transformation a very hard thing, is to try to directly say that we did this, therefore this we caused these sales to go up. It could have been the weather was really great. It could have been there's so many factors in there, and so
they're correlated factors. Yeah.
Yeah, I always say IT is the love-hate relationship. Everybody hates paying for it, but you take away their Wi-Fi and they'll get really upset. So it is definitely it's a need. You have to have it these days. It's a run the business.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you're also adding more processor speed. You're adding more bandwidth you may need depending on how much you're running back and forth. So those are all considerations. But people they are very focused, and I think boards are very focused on it right now, which is why boards are like, we want AI, specifically AI. Because I do have people tell me, like when I say, if we can solve your problem without using AI, they're like, no, we need to use AI. Like they would rather switch to a different problem than not use AI, because the board wants to say that they're using AI.
Interesting. Yeah, you see that with some products where their use of AI is questionable. Right, where it's like, well, I don't know about that. Yeah. It seems more like machine learning, or maybe you didn't even need that at all.
Like the chatbots.
Right, but you still did it. Yeah.
I get a lot of that too. Can we build a chatbot? I mean, can and should we are two, we can build that, but are people going to use it? That's always my question too, is are users going to use what you're building? You can put a lot of stuff out there. They may or may not use it. Have you done a focus group to see if that's what they want? So in IT, we're all guilty of coming up with things people want.
Right. Yeah, very few people go to those steps of asking the customer. Yeah. So another kind of a fun question I like to ask all my interviewees: if you could ask, or you could sit down and talk with any historical figure about AI, who would it be? And what would you decide to talk about? You'd obviously have to take the time to explain the context and kind of set it up for them. But what do you think?
Let's see. That's a hard one. I would say Steve Jobs.
You would want to explain AI to Steve Jobs? That's a bold statement.
Well,
that's a bold statement.
He missed that, right? He got some of it, but he missed the last few, like the big
the last mile for sure.
Leaps.
Yeah.
And so I would be very curious to hear what his thoughts would be on AI and how, it's been, so I would be very curious.
Shauna, but that's a bold statement to take that on. I mean, don't get me wrong.
He would rip me to pieces, I'm sure. But
well, I was going to say you mentioned IQ earlier. That's a pretty high IQ individual.
Yeah, no, but his mind works like so uniquely that I would be curious as to, I feel like the world lost a little something when we lost him.
Okay. So give it to me. How are you walking into a Steve Jobs meeting? I mean, it's like I said, you have to kind of set it up for him, right? Yeah. The math, the white papers behind LLMs and all that aren't new, right?
Right. So he would have said that, yeah. He would have known about neural networks. He would have known that's been around forever.
Right.
So he would have had the building blocks. Mm-hmm. But I would be curious as to his thoughts on and show him ChatGPT and what ChatGPT is capable of, and like Claude artifacts, and showing him that, and then what.
Well, it would probably take you 20 minutes just to get through the aesthetics of the of the interface. Right? It's not an Apple interface, yeah.
Yeah, it's not an Apple interface. But I think that his brain would potentially be like, but it could be an Apple interface.
Sure.
And so that would be my curious. I mean, like for somebody that came up with the iPod and the, iPhone and all that stuff that, we didn't have before, but now we can't live without, So I think, I think that would be very interesting to sit down with him and go over and I would expect him to say something like, well, we've already, explored that. Because I feel like that they probably have explored it way before and decided that it wasn't. I would be really surprised if they hadn't already built something along that line.
So go as deep as you'd like. As far as like what is the outline? What are the, I mean,
Yeah,
because I wouldn't know where to start with that guy.
yeah, I guess I would just start with, from my understanding, he had a big ego. So I would start by, complimenting him on his products and his, like how they all integrate really well, and explain, Chat GPT and how large language, how the GPT models work, and how how it's become basically you can't live without it. You have to have some version of a GPT model that you can use as your, reference, and then see what his thoughts are. And so then I'd want him to talk more than me. Like to me, it's more about listening than talking.
Okay.
And so I would probably just ask probing questions. And so I would, like that. And I was like, what do you think? What would you like to see it code? And I look for him to turn my computer around and be like, hold on, let me see this thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's how it was for me when I first saw it. Was like, wait a minute, like hold on, like that can't be right. Like this thing cannot do that. Like you just showed me. And I was like, okay, now we're on to something. So
Okay.
I think that would be my person there. I know that's not a really great answer, but
No. Please don't mistake my response to that.
yeah.
It's a bold answer.
It's a bold answer.
It's a bold, yeah. I mean
Yeah, I know he hasn't been gone that long, but I would still consider him a historical figure that's made a lot of impact in the world.
Sure. But I mean, geez, you could have chosen Mother Teresa or somebody, like somebody you could handhold. But I mean, Steve Jobs is like a whole other monster.
I don't know. I'd want to nerd out with Steve Jobs. Maybe it's just a personal ego thing where I'd want to sit in the same room and see what we could come up with.
Yeah. I'm not sure I know, like even just coming up with an outline for how I would approach that meeting. That's very difficult.
Yeah.
No, but good for you. Good for you for taking that on. So you can't work in AI. You can't work in IT. What would you be doing?
Money's not an object.
Yeah, we'll say money's not an object. Just what are some of the other interests, other fields of work that you'd be doing if you couldn't do this?
I really, I'm very interested in real estate, and very interested in two totally different sides. And I'm like, I guess, artsy, so I thought it would be fun to be an art professor.
An art professor?
Art teacher.
Okay. Like what media, what era?
More like textile arts and like physical arts and things like that. And so texture arts. And so painting and drawing and, even like sewing and things like that. So I love the like old school, I guess, crafting like pieces of things. And so I like to do it yourself, make things into something. And so, yeah, I think I could. Any
particular era that attracts you from that?
Not really. I just like it all. Like I like to, I just like to try new things and try to, I like to travel. So like in Japan, like when we were in Japan, like I like to look at just the way the fabrics are made and how everything's different and how they sew things together is different and how their pottery and how even a broken something becomes something new and like I love that and the same thing within like in Spain, they had all the tiles of the broken like plates and things where they had just made tiles out of whatever they had, and so I like that. I guess natural, like whatever's available to us and making that into something. Okay. And so I would like that. And the real estate is just super interesting to me. So I've always liked real estate.
Commercial, residential?
Mostly residential. So, I love to take something that's old and remodel it and make it into something new. So, yeah.
If you're interested in that, because I used to have a real estate license many, many moons ago. And there's a book out there called The Millionaire Real Estate Agent by, can't remember his first name, William Keller, from the Keller Williams agency, right? He was the founder of that. And the reason I bring up that book is because there's a little bit of math in it where he gives you his projected conversion numbers. Okay. So coming back to data, right? Coming back, to the data that's near and dear to your heart. He gives you the conversion numbers of, well, this is the number of postcards you need to send out, and you need to do that 12, this many times a year. That's going to give you a conversion rate of this number of people calling you. and then of those people calling you, this percentage is going to lead to a listing at some point, or excuse me, an appointment for to discuss a listing, and then you're going to convert so many of those into an actual contract. So he gives you like that whole breakdown of this is where you want to be, right? Kind of like what we were talking about earlier, but this is what the bigger funnel looks like, where you may need to send out 10,000 postcards, to make sure that you're going to have the 8 contracts for the year. So I refer to that book a lot in my mind, because obviously it relates to ad clicks, to e-commerce conversions, your email open rate versus the click-through rate and stuff like that, right? So it's funny where you find that type of thinking, but it also makes you realize how commoditized, I guess it could be.
Everything's a formula, I guess.
Well, everything's a conversion, right?
Right.
I mean, we're all trying to influence somebody to do something, right? I want you to click on this. I want you to call me. I want you to do this,
It's like with my networking, I may talk to, a few hundred people in a year, and it only took one of those people to get me the TED Talk, because she happened to be in a room with the CEO of TEDx Nashville, and he said, I need somebody to fill this spot. I had somebody drop out. She said, I know who you need to talk to. And so that's how I got the TED Talk.
That's how it came to be.
That's how it came to be.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So, that's what, and I don't even honestly remember telling this person that I wanted to do a TED Talk. I'm sure I did, because when people ask me what things are on my bucket list, it was on my bucket list. I was like, I think someday I want to do a TED Talk. And so she remembered that. And so she said, and then the next day I had lunch, and then we were like, okay, let's do it.
Wow. So somebody dropped out.
Somebody dropped out.
They were looking to fill a spot.
He just happened to mention it while he was talking.
The universe put those two people together.
And she said, I know who you need to talk to. So he sends me an email like that night, and the next day we had lunch, and that was it.
Did that cut into your preparation time? Was it kind of like
No, I think normally it's 4 months, and I think I had like 2.5 or 3. 2.5. So not a terrible amount, but in my mind I was behind the whole time. Like I was really trying
But you were probably pretty motivated.
Yeah, I was very motivated. So, but yeah, it was a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's worth it. But I learned a ton, like things that I had never thought about before.
So what's your biggest takeaway from that whole experience?
Not to be intimidated by the large audience. When I agreed to do it, I neglected to ask how many people there would be. And in my mind, I was like, it's probably 200 or 300 people. And he was like, well, it's going to be about 1,800. And I was like, oh, 1,800 people, that's a lot. Yeah. And so I was like, well, that's a lot of people. But then like when I got up there on stage, what they don't tell you is those lights are on you and you can't see the people. And I was like, oh, well, it's way harder to do it in front of a group of 10 people that I can see all their faces than it is to do it in front of a group of, 1,800. So.
But at the same time, some people like that feedback though, right? Yeah. That visual type of feedback.
And to me, I had worked really hard to not respond to people when they made a face, like me not. So I had people, I took over a conference room at the office, and I had people run in and out and try to disrupt me so that I wouldn't pause or make it any kind of notice if they dropped something, and so that no matter what happened, I would continue on.
Okay. But that didn't end up mattering because you probably couldn't see anything.
I couldn't see anything anyway. But it was good practice. I spent at least an hour or two a day.
I'm sure.
On it every day.
Yeah. That's a lot, because if I remember right, most of the TED Talks aren't that long. How long was yours? I'm sorry.
Mine was about they're supposed to be 12 and 18 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
So 15 being the sweet spot. And they assume you're going to speed up. So you try to get to that 15 minute, and then mine was 13 and a half, I believe.
Okay, yes, that's a lot of work for 13 and a half of minutes of your life.
Yeah. And so, but once I realized, I think the biggest takeaway for me was also that I was just telling my story. And once I realized that I'm just talking to friends, just like I do anywhere else, I was like, oh, well, I'm just going to go on stage and tell my story. And once I realized that, then I was like, oh, okay, so I'm not memorizing a script. I am, but it's more about my story. So if I change a word or two, nobody's going to know that but me. It's my story.
Right. But do you think it's also it's the genuine side of you that kind of sells it, right? Yeah. Because when I do my live streaming and my content, I live by the notion that audiences know when you're being phony.
Oh, I agree. story.
So you have to be just genuine about who you are, and hey, this is my experience. That's all I can really share with you.
Yeah.
So do you find that kind of fed you in that preparation?
Yeah, and I also try to be very transparent with people. Like when I say, look, I just have an average IQ. Like trying to normalize myself in that and I didn't come from a household of everybody in my house was techie. So I had to fight to get there, and so that's part of why I think I do constantly try to overachieve now, is that I have that in the back of my mind that I'm behind all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, that was good.
Yeah, but that's obviously a unique experience that having that TED Talk on your resume and things like that. So, but all to networking.
All to networking. So I'm like, networking is amazing. It really is. Like, it is. It always, I tell her, it's uncomfortable for everyone. But the more you do it, even after COVID, the first networking event I went to, I realized that I was like stumbling on my words, and I was like, "What's happened to you? Like, you've been out of the game for 2 years, and all of a sudden you can't do it anymore." And so I don't really worry about it. Some of that's getting older, where I care less about what people think of me. Mm-hmm. But I genuinely like to get to know people and learn about their experiences, and so to me, networking is fun now.
So what advice would you give me? Because I am a self-admitted terrible networker. What advice would you give to somebody out there? I have a lot of people who are early in their career, middle of their career, and maybe they don't feel like they're good networkers either. What's the number one tip that you would give?
Just walk up to somebody and say, introduce yourself. And I always have, I feel like having a question prepared in my head was helpful. So like, what's something really interesting that you've worked on or you've heard about lately? Or, or tell them about yourselves. I always try to get people talking versus trying to give my story. Because I tend to take over a room, and I'm aware of that. So I try to get other people talking. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like that being genuine and learning about people. I also go back and take notes for people. Like, so when I've met somebody, I'll like make notes of like, this person just had a baby, or so that next time I see them. And I don't even reference my notes, but something about writing it down makes it like drill into my head. And so I do try to remember little things about people, so that next time I see them, I can ask how things are going, or how's the job hunt going, or and I feel like that when people reach out to me and ask like if I can repost their they're looking for a job, like I do on LinkedIn, because I feel like that you never know when you're going to be in that spot. Mm-hmm. Or my daughter's going to be in that spot. You never know in that situation. So I feel like joining, like we have the Nashville Tech Council here. Okay. So you probably have something similar in your area. Mm-hmm. And I would join one of those organizations, go to one of their events, and just introduce yourself around.
So are you if you think about your networking mix, are you sound really pro about doing it in person as opposed to like on LinkedIn or things like that. So you're more of a face-to-face type of networker. I'm
more of a face-to-face networker, but okay. I also recognize there are people. So I do video calls too when people from outside the area or something like want to connect. Okay. But I feel like that, like Women in Technology Tennessee is another one that I'm a part of, and I feel like that there's a lot of value in meeting somebody in person. Okay. And for women, I think when you're women in a tech industry, in a male-dominant industry, I feel like it's easier for me to go up to a group. Particularly if it's all men, than it is for them to come to me. Mm-hmm. And so I will, just insert myself and be like, hey, how are you guys doing? Like you can even use the weather if you really want to, but I like having that, sales pitch of like, this is who I am and what I do. And, hi, I'm Shauna. Mm-hmm. I'm an AI enthusiast, always looking to meet people who are interested in that field. What have you been working on lately that gets you excited? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so just having that sentence already in my head, at first that was very helpful, as well as having a question that I ask, people.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Maybe you could write a book on that.
Networking.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people across the board have challenges with it, and I think that with the future generations who are like you said, they experienced COVID, they've experienced a different way of communication, and maybe other folks like you and I have experienced in our lifetimes. Maybe networking is going to be a little bit harder in the future. Yeah. Right? Maybe it's going to be become a little bit of a lost art.
Yeah, and I think it can easily get lost. I undervalued it early in my career, but I feel like that it's important to get out there and meet people and support other people too. If your company will pay for it, great. If not, there's all kinds of meetups and things like that. A lot of times I would go to those just to learn. So I wanted to, I was really into Power BI for a while. And I did a lot of it when I was working at Dollar General. And so I would go to the Power BI meetup groups because they would always present new features and new things people had done. And so that helped get my mind going. And from that, I met all kinds of people. But through those networking things too, I've also gotten many inquiries on, would you be interested in moving to a career in this? Like, we've got an open position. So I get a lot of that. Whereas if you're just relying on like applying to jobs on Indeed or LinkedIn, sometimes I feel like that's a black hole
Sure.
that you never get any response. You don't know what happened, but so every job I've gotten for the last at least 15 years has been through a personal reference.
Oh, good for you. That's a great track record. Yeah, like I said, I think you should do something on networking.
Yeah, I love networking. It's my passion and the thing that I know is the hardest for everyone to do, but it's a muscle that you exercise, and the more you exercise it, the easier it gets.
Okay. Well, we've certainly established that you're a great networker and a great AI enthusiast. We've covered a lot of ground. Is there any other message or anything else you want to get out there? I mean, we got your TED Talk coming up.
Yes.
You have your book coming out there.
Yes.
And I assume that you're also open for speaking engagements.
Of course.
Anything else you want to share before we wrap up?
I think that's it. I think it's been lovely being here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And we got to keep pushing the AI agenda forward. I love some of the work you've told me that you're doing. Both during the interview and previous. So, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
The voices of like pretty technical people get lost, right? Like, because we are introverts in a lot of ways. We are the people who have been behind the screen, coding an entire day, entire night, and our stories never get heard. So, I mean, this is a great platform, right? Like, because it takes a lot of like struggles for anybody without having any connections and backgrounds to come to a center stage and build something.
Sure. So Hina, thank you so much for joining me. We're here at HumanX. We're at the inaugural version of the show. What do you think? How's your show going so far?
Thank you so much, Dennis. Thank you for the invite, and this is great. The show has been amazing. We had a masterclass, and there was like a huge crowd. We didn't expect that all the seats would be filled, but apparently like people want to know newer technologies here. They are very, very curious about everything, and we got some amazing audience and exposure for our product Blackbird.
Fantastic. Yeah, so you're here behind your new startup, Blackbird. We spoke briefly about it yesterday. I think you told me you're about 6 months old, 8 months old?
So we are around 4.5 months.
Oh, even younger.
Yeah. So our startup is called Decompute, and the product that we have come to launch is called Blackbird. So Decompute is the startup behind Blackbird, and Blackbird is basically like an agentive platform that can let any consumers or pro consumers without any technical background create any agent for themselves for specific tasks.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, so I think you're also emphasizing the locality of it all. For somebody who's looking not just for an on-premise solution, but an on-local hardware solution. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you guys think you've cracked that problem then?
I wouldn't say that we have reached the singularity there. It's still to be achieved, but we have done something which is very novel. We now enable people to fine-tune their models locally on the laptop. Fine-tuning is basically part of the training process. It's like a post-training. So basically you take these models are nothing like without pre-training, right? And they're just like some transformer neural based networks, and then they have like some weights that need to be set for a certain data, certain task, and the pre-training kind of like does it for most of the data. Like you can't assume like a basic model would know English as well. So it's trained on or pre-trained for certain language, basic specific tasks. But when you need more specific learnings, or you want it to learn about very specific vertical, like which can be very difficult, right? Like finance, for example, or legal, for example. That is where post-training or fine-tuning comes. So how most of the companies function right now, they take these like open source models like DeepSeek, Llama, Quen, and what they do is basically like they fine-tune that on their data.
Sure.
And right now data is the mode, right? Like whoever has the best data, right, for the customers, they are the ones who are going to win this market. But the problem is like the older generation companies or enterprises, they might not have like resources, or like it could be a bigger problem for them to solve the infrastructure aspect of AI. So we come in and we say that we make that solution much easier for you, and we enable like basically enterprise-based solutions which can like enable people to fine-tune models locally, on-prem or on their devices as well.
That's wonderful. I think there's going to be an increasing demand for that type of hyper localized, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Type of model training and usage. Wonderful. So that's your latest startup, but you have quite a bit of history of working in tech. Would you like to kind of give us the elevator pitch? I know you've participated even at the investor level. Yeah. So want to kind of just walk us through that?
Sure. So before Decompute, I was a partner at Microsoft's venture fund, and I led their AI infrastructure and AI thesis basically.
Wow.
Also their investments. It was like a fun job, but at the same time it had like I had my own movements, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But before Microsoft, I used to head AI investments at Samsung's venture capital arm, and it's called Samsung Next, and there also I used to lead AI investments and thesis. Before that, I was at Apple for around 8 years, and at Apple I used to lead several key AI based projects, a lot of infra projects as well. So I think it's a mix. My background is a mix of technical, very technical, to very businessy.
Right.
During my time in venture capital, I kind of invested around 15 to 20 companies. These companies, some of them had really good exits. Thankfully, Mosaic ML had a really good exits. A lot of them turned out to be unicorns, like Stability AI. This another one called 12 Labs that's doing very well. So many of these fun times with different founders, learning
Sure.
from their journey. The reason I moved to VC was because I wanted to learn about entrepreneurship, and I didn't have any connections. I was okay, how can I go and build a startup if I wanted to? And it seemed like a very hard problem, but it had so much exposure in last 3 years. I really enjoyed myself. And then there was a time when I felt like I was going to miss a train, and it felt like, okay, this was my moment to go in and start building again. So I just took that chance, and here we are.
A good time for it. Yeah. So this is the first year for HumanX. Your startup is in early stages, but sounds like it has a good progress. But it's overall, it's not your first rodeo in AI and tech.
Yes.
Great. So from the experience that you've had, if you could just give one tip, somebody catches you in an elevator and says, Hina, give me one tip for my startup for getting off the ground, for growing. What is that one tip that you would give to people?
So one tip would be choose your co-founders very carefully, and basically your core team can make or break this entire challenge for you. If you have amazing co-founders like I do, right, so your life becomes a lot easier. You can rely on them, because startup journeys have lots of ups and downs, and there will be days when you'll be fighting against the entire world together. So having that kind of trust mechanism or some way of communication with each other is very important. Thankfully, we found right co-founders between the three of us. But at the same time, if you get somebody you haven't worked with earlier, or you're not sure about them, you're going to regret much later, right? So it's better to just figure it out right away.
It sounds like you're giving advice that was learned, or you've seen some very hard lessons there.
I would say yes. I have seen like a lot of startups having some issues early on, and kind of like CEO had to leave, right? Like, so it's important to make the right choices when you're preparing for the groundbreaking journey, because it will break your spirits. Like, there will be days when you'll be like completely shattered that, oh, there are so many no's. You take no's from investors, you take no's from like your customers. You would want to hire people who would want to like work for you, right? Like, so there are a lot of no's involved, and in that time, if you have the support system, if you have like these resourceful co-founders who are going to go out of their way, take on any problem that they have, right, like for you and for the company, they're passionate about it, there's nobody who can stop you. So
Fantastic. I love that advice. So I'm going to love hearing your perspective on the next couple of questions, because you've been working in AI for so long. So one of the things I always ask my my interviewers, or my guests I should say, is I want to know what makes you excited about AI and what makes you fearful about AI.
So excited, yes, like I'm very excited about opening up the AI to general masses, right? Like enabling anybody to use their data for their leverage and increasing and boosting their productivity in their day-to-day role, right? Like, that's what my goal is at Decompute, right? Like, I want to empower people. I want people to feel that they're augmented and they have more power somehow, and it shouldn't be something that should replace them. It should be something that they feel very powerful with, right? So that is the journey that I want for people to have, like, as we are moving in the next step of AI. What makes me fearful is currently there are a lot of companies who are trying to deliver this elevator pitch that, hey, we'll replace your employees, right? And that is something that makes me very worried about the future that we might have. Right, like, because that would be very dystopian era, like if everybody you interact with is apparently AI, right? Like, and there's no human touch to it. So how can we do those things where humans have more time, doing fun things and interacting with people and doing the things that they love, while the mundane tasks should be taken care of by AI.
Okay, yeah. Do you think that maybe in that same hopes, people are maybe putting too much hope on that as far as the human replacement goes? Because it can backfire too, right?
It can backfire for sure, and especially would you trust, how would you make these AI systems that are trustworthy enough to handle these different types of data, right? And now if you're saying that, okay, there's a person who's making a customer call and they're talking about their credit card, right? There could be a very sensitive issue at their end. How would you ensure the AI is able to keep up, right? How would you ensure that your data would not land in cloud out there? Because right now, if you look at how LLMs are built, LLMs tend to have memorization abilities. So they memorize basically everything. You could actually hack into the systems and these LLMs to get the data out if you wanted. So having some sort of security fail-safe mechanism there is what is important, right? So that's where we come in, and we say that, okay, we can enable these enterprises to switch to cloud mode, but at the same time keep those private data types or different documents or voice messaging or images, everything local on your device, right? And that can help you toggle between the two modes, right? It could be on device for a lot of private tasks, but if it's a very resource intensive task, right, it's compute intensive, then we automatically scale to the cloud-based APIs, right, where we can understand, okay, sensitivity or privacy is not a concern there.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. So obviously you had a long career, so a lot has gone into getting you here. If you think about your academic side, were there any academic influences that really kind of moved you forward? Maybe a particular professor or a white paper you read, or just some kind of just a really revelation moment for you in any part of your career?
So there have been a lot of moments, right? So I had a mentor at Apple, right? And there was this very interesting project that I was trying to do, and I also kind of would write some piece of code and would be very scared to like, just check it in, because I would be like, hey, I'll break everything in the code, or like everything, the build will be broken next day. Tim Cook is going to like, call my manager and I'll be fired next day. I don't know, like, and I was very new. And there's this gentleman, like one of very dear friends of mine and my mentor, and he just said that, hey, if things are breaking, you can always do a reverse commit, right? So never be scared to try out things, because if you like, have this fear hold you back, we'll not get the best out of you. We want you to take risk every day at work, right? And if you're not living like that, that's not the right job for you.
Sure.
And that changed me like completely. And I was like, okay, okay, fine. Like I could, and then I became a different person, right? Like I've broken the bill like once, but yeah, I wasn't fired or anything. Like it was just like, yeah, just come to work at like, at 4 a.m. and fix this. I was like, yeah, I'll come and do that. But hey, like, I also did a lot of great projects, and I did great things like, at work at Apple, and enjoyed it because I was taking risks constantly, enjoying and learning and growing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's almost one of those things where if you're not breaking the code base every once in a while, then you're probably not, you're not putting enough risk out there, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, great. So that conversation really just kind of changed your perspective there.
Yeah, and I think like it opened me more towards risk taking, and my ability of taking risks became more and more as I grew up. And I think like I became like, and the same gentleman, right? Like, and he told me, hey, like you used to say, like I used to say sorry a lot, like for every little thing, and I would constantly like, question myself, and I think I needed that extra push there. And he was like, no, like you should not say sorry for every small thing, because you should say sorry when you really mean it. And I was like, I mean it. It's such a small thing, you shouldn't feel sorry then. So I think like it made me into a person who became very secure as an individual in life, and I think that was a great influence.
Wonderful, that's a great story. Okay, so let's take away all the tech stuff. You can't work in tech, you can't work in AI. What would you be doing with your life? What would you be working?
I don't know, I think. So my journey has been like a bit of ups and downs, I would say. So I grew up like in somewhat of like a very humble family. My dad was out of work, and my grandma, like, she actually suffered a stroke, and there was like a moment when I was like, we knew that she's not gonna make it. And I remember like, I was just 8 at that time, and my dad was out of job, and we didn't have enough money to like, take her to a better hospital. And at that moment, like I knew that I was gonna lose her, but I also didn't know about these financial burdens that my dad was going through. And I remember like after losing her, like I just looked at the skies, and I asked a question, like this is such a natural thing. Like I don't know how an 8-year-old will just stay and stare at the cloud and would ask themselves that, what do I want to be? And that was such a deep question, and the answer came, no, I want to have like my own company, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be in tech. And ever since I was 8, I knew what I wanted to do, and I have never deviated from my goal ever since. Everything that I've done in life, it's always been about like achieving that goal.
Wow.
It's just such a weird thing, right? Like, but it's just happened.
I think it's an earlier age than most people. I mean, I don't know if it's weird, but it's definitely early.
Yeah, it's pretty early, I would say. And it's such a funny thing that like, so my dad, like he opened a PCO basically. It's a public call office. So everybody used to come to that like particular small like booth kind of place. Okay. And I used to like, be an accountant and help her there, right? Like, so I used to host everybody's calls, make calls for them, hand phone off to them. And I was 8, like, when I used to do that. And little did that girl know that she would actually work for the biggest telecom company in the future. Like, and I made it to Apple. I was like, oh, that's why I was into phones. That's why phones were like part of my life growing up.
So another question I like to ask, I ask this of all my guests. I give you a magic microphone. You have 5 minutes. You get to talk to everyone in the world. Everyone in the world has to listen to you. 5 minutes is not a long time. So, you can really only talk about one concept. And by the way, you only have 3 days to prepare. Because I had a guest, you know who you are, who actually said, well, I would need multiple years to prepare. So you only have 3 days to prepare. The entire world has to listen to you. What do you say?
So at this point, like I think I'm a very small individual. I can't make decisions for the world at this point, but I'm trying to make a difference in people's life through my work. I think like my thinking or my ideology has been that AI shouldn't be the property of very few incumbents. It should be more open, it should be decentralized. Anybody who has like training, like who has like basic training of using like any electronic device eventually should be able to like be hold or like or a master of their destiny in AI, right? Like they should not be replaced, rather they should like become so powerful with their skills and like with their data that they create. There has to be more value to that, right? The data and the tasks they do. So I want the company to be able to, or Decompute to be able to help those people in some way. So that's why like I built this company, and my POV was that okay, like I want to enable anybody in this world to train their own models and serve like a particular task and see like how well can they do in their career, right? Like, and nobody else can replace them then. Because hey, it's a mix of AI and human then. It's not just AI doing a task. Now you can work on your human side more and let AI do your thing for you.
So again, guys, that company was Blackbird. Where can they find you again?
Decompute.
Oh, excuse me. Well, where can they find you?
So you can find us on LinkedIn. So we are Decompute and we are based in Cupertino. You can also email us to hi@decompute.run.
So let me get that straight then. So the company is Decompute, and their product is Blackbird.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I apologize. I mixed up the two. So again, guys, Hina here. We're at the HumanX conference. She's here with her company Decompute. Please check them out if you're interested in a highly localized LLM. But Hina, thank you so much for joining us. Really happy to have you here.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. I'm really happy to have a really special interview today with the CEO of Dataiku. Florian, thank you so much for joining us. For those that are following along at home and are data science enthusiasts but maybe aren't 100% familiar with you and your background, would you mind introducing yourself to us?
Yeah, I'm Florian Duetto. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Dataiku and created the company 12 years ago in 2013.
Okay, great. And I know you're about 1,000 employees and you're globally dispersed?
Yeah, we created the company 12 years ago, so we had the time to grow. Yeah. And Dataiku today is a company with over 1,000 employees, with businesses across the globe. We have about 15 countries where we operate and have employees, and big offices in New York, London, Paris, and Singapore. And so it's a global presence focusing on serving mostly medium to large enterprise, helping them across the globe and across also all industries. We've got customers that can be banks, big pharma companies, manufacturers, retailers that are using the Dataiku to optimize various aspects of their business.
Fantastic. 12 years, a lot of changes for data science in that time. What would you say has been one of the biggest changes you've seen in that time? 12 years ago, maybe it was more on the, strictly speaking, more on the machine learning side.
Yeah, indeed, but it has happened before and it will happen again. So it's forever the same time of challenges, I think, for our companies. When we started the business, it was all about democratizing data science. And there, the main focus was for us to enable people in the business to do data science by themselves, in the context where we believe that most organizations would not have enough data scientists to get things done. And so they had to rely on people from the business to actually accomplish more by themselves. And what it evolved into in the recent years is a more global platform, enabling acting as a no-code orchestration layer and enabling companies to build analytics, models, but also agents, and working on top of the three clouds, Databricks, Snowflake, and the LLM vendors, so that you can combine all of that together to build agents that operate with your models and your data, and which are tested in your environment.
Fantastic. So fast forward to present day. Obviously, a lot of your focus is on AI, and your company has invested time and resources into this research report, specifically on CEOs. Would you like to tell us a little bit about the genesis of that report and that research that Data IQ is doing right now? Because I personally found the report to be really fascinating. Would love to hear about it.
Yeah, we built the report after discussing with and regrouping some of our executive working and sponsoring Data IQ within customers. They could be chief information officer or head of data science or head of AI. And their concern was that they were hearing a lot of AI hype, AI being top of mind for the board of their company, for their CEO, and they were receiving some pressure top down of like, so what do we do about AI? They were perceiving that this, on one end, was very rational because AI should have been top of mind before and there was lots of opportunities with the new generative AI wave, but also believe that there was some irrational part of it as an AI. Do we actually understand what we want to do and so forth? And so to understand more, we were like, okay, we understand actually quite well what a head of AI or a head of data science thinks, understand how they think about their business, their career, how to make a company successful, meaning I really relate to them. But we were like, okay, so what do CEO of companies actually think about AI? How educated are they about the reality of the business? What do they think is the impact for them? Because this motivation of pushing AI is not just because they read about it in the Wall Street Journal or the Financial Times. It's also because they have to discuss about it or think about it. So what is the input and output of those cells?
Right. Yeah, and that was one of the interesting findings in the report where it mentioned that CEOs specifically find themselves being the driver behind that strategy, where maybe before it would come from the CTO or others. So I thought it was really fascinating.
Yeah. The 2/3 of them think and say that they have a good oversight of the AI projects in their company, which is probably a mix of indeed them focusing and asking about what the AI projects are on one end. Then maybe they actually don't see for some of them what all of the AI projects really are. They just get like a nudged down version of it. But indeed, I think it just means that many of them ask and have some interest in terms of understanding what AI projects mean for the enterprise.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, I'd like to do something a little bit fun. I'd like to give you what I found to be the most interesting number, the number that jumped out at me in your report, and maybe you can give me yours.
Sure.
More than 75% of CEOs fear that in the next 2 years they will lose their job if they don't come up or deliver a very impactful AI strategy. I thought that was just a number that jumped off the page for me. What do you make of that? Because to me, that would indicate a little bit of eagerness, but also maybe a little bit of fear. That could be driving some of the CEOs out there or some of the projects out there. What do you think?
I think that they ultimately realize that there is a need for organization to be, or an opportunity for organization to be more competitive thanks to AI, where there will be differentiator made in the next 5 years that have never been made before, or very rarely so in the history of companies. Why? Because I see that very similarly to the digital wave post-internet from 2000 to 2005.
Sure.
There, as a CEO, you were probably, I was not a CEO back then, but as a CEO back then, you were probably wondering whether you should adopt or not the internet, change your consumer strategy, or you engage with the market and so forth.
Sure.
And you had some of them embracing them, and some that were not that eager. And I think that it had a long-term impact on the trajectory of companies. Many companies changed their destiny because they were first or laggards in terms of being digital first. Here, many CEOs start to realize that this is something of the same vein, but potentially broader from their perspective that cloud or the internet. As in, it's not just about customer service, it's also about efficiency in the business, it's also about how your engineering team are working, it's also about how innovation or R&D is performed in your company. You could have like a very profound change in the unit economics of your business. You could have newcomers in some industries that just come and redefine the rule of the game. And they all have those discussions. And so indeed, if you're a CEO hired by a board in order to deliver on specific business results, but you don't react to the universe around, which will change the game, you might lose your job. Because it will make sense for the board to say, well, we need someone that can drive a strategy that is in line with what the reality of the world is, the reality that we need to adopt AI at a certain pace. We need someone that understands that in order to drive the business and make the right trade-offs, because it's not that easy. And so maybe this person that was great to drive the business as it was is not the right person to drive the business as it is. So indeed, it's just a period of change, so it drives risks for them.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that pace, because that pace is 2 years, right? At least according to the respondents in the survey.
Yeah, because I think that there is, I think that in this field of AI, we've got this still unknown about this rapidity of the pace. Like, is it like a 1 year revolution, a 2 year revolution, or a 20-year revolution? I guess it can depend also on exactly what you mean. But when you think about starting to drive the strategy of the business to adopt AI differently or to reposition yourself, I think it's clear that for most CEOs, they need to show something, to do something in the next 2 years. Because those would start to have effects and compounding effects over 5 years, but the next 2 years could be critical.
And then along those lines, there's that thread of AI washing, as I believe is mentioned in the report, where maybe some of these projects are going to be pushed out for the sake of being pushed out, as opposed to being truly impactful.
Yeah, and I think that's where ultimately a CEO is guardian for some aspect of the culture of the company, or a company adapts to the needs of the customer, or a company work in terms of innovation, or a company is able to explore new venture and not just stay at the business was in, which is a lot about like the culture of the company, or the business operates and think about operations. And I think that they need to drive a specific culture related to how a company or their company need to adopt AI. And for sure, this culture should not be about AI washing, should not be about pretending to do AI in order to cover the misery of the data landscape in the company. They should build a culture where the company has some resolve in terms of embracing AI, understand the pace, see that there is lots to do, but like build the first milestone to get some results that can be used then to build more over time.
Okay, so do you have a number in the report that just kind of jumped out at you, or maybe just a surprising finding that one key finding that really jumped out at you?
Yeah, we added a question in the report which was potentially controversial, and we were not expecting like a very strong response on it, which was whether they believed that an AI agent could do as good or better of a job as one of their board members. Or a similar question of whether they would like to add or replace one of their board member by an AI agent.
Sure.
And funnily, here the results were striking. It was like 90%, 94%, claiming that indeed they believe that an AI agent could do a better job as one of their board members. And I think it's striking because you're wondering if they answered this out of fun, or if it's true, or is it something they kind of believe without believing it fully, believe that indeed it's probably true, but like they're probably too afraid to try and see if it's actually true.
Sure.
I have the intuition that it would be true or could be true in some very near future. And indeed, is a question they should ask about themselves, because ultimately they're also a board member of their own company. Sure. So it's a question about themselves also too.
Sure.
Or also a question that board members should ask, meaning we could have asked also board members whether among the 4 or 5 companies they sit in, is there one CEO they think they should replace by an AI agent? We haven't asked that question yet.
Sure.
But it's, I think what it tells us is that there will be more discipline required, and I say discipline consciously, in terms of using AI system to support our decision making, our ability to analyze a problem and to cover all aspects of it, to be very articulate in our response in written forms and so forth. Because if us humans don't use those systems in order to enhance our own thinking, we will just look like morons very quickly. And I think that for me, these numbers tell us that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly a lot of more discussion to be had there in terms of the implications of those types of changes. I know that some people have very strong ethical implications that come with that, as far as AI board members and things along those lines.
I think that the part which is controversial about the question is that a board member is ultimately about accountability and responsibility towards the stakeholder of the firm, and I don't see this part of the job being replaced, the accountability part. You don't want to remove this fiduciary duty. It makes no sense. But the part which is about giving advice or having a broad spectrum of information about the world and be able to synthesize that into nuggets of information or advice or critical thinking, like acting as a sounding box, it's something that AI agents can be very good at.
Sure.
And so I think that any one of us that act as an advisory capacity must be aware of that and must adapt our practice to make sure that we do at least as well as what an AI agent could do today or will be able to do in the next year or so.
Well, thank you for pointing out that question. I'll certainly spend more time with that, and I encourage anybody who's watching the interview to spend time with this report that Data IQ has put out. I mean, I just found it really fascinating, the numbers that you're doing, that you're putting out with that, and that type of research. And obviously that's something you're talking about here at the Human X conference. First year of the conference, that we're all coming here together in Las Vegas. How's your show going? What's your impression of the conference so far?
Oh, great conference, a great crowd actually. A lot of the key people of the field here today, and I think a great quality of audience and great networking opportunities. So success, definitely.
Yeah, certainly it's good to see the enthusiasm of AI. There's a good mix of people here from all different levels. So I always like getting people's different perspectives on AI, just kind of on a meta level, if you will. So I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear two things. What makes you most excited about AI for the future? And are there any things that make you afraid of AI or that you might be fearful of AI for the future? What do you think?
I think that what excites me about AI is that it's an unprecedented ability for organizations that were not transforming themselves to actually get up to speed. And maybe the digital wave or the internet was not applicable to all businesses, but AI certainly is. So there is a way to redefine the cards, rebalance everything with AI, and for lots of businesses to transform themselves. There is also on some specific domains the ability with AI to rethink innovation, to rethink material science and find new ways to manufacturing complex compounds that we cannot today, and that might be a new way for us to solve for key problems that we have as a species. There is a new way AI can be used to accelerate drug discovery processes. It already is today, but like in 5 years, what would it be? It could be the first synthetic drugs being built, and with every aspect of the manufacturing of the drug and the move to the market being helped and supported by AI in order to reduce these innovation cycles from 10, 20 years to 1 or 2 years, which is amazing when you think about it. So all of this about AI is definitely very exciting.
Mm-hmm. Anything that makes you fearful about AI?
I think that one very, I would say, complex thinking I've got about AI is a risk that only the organization that would be in certain countries or in certain industries would benefit from it, and that it would create economic instability because you suddenly have a certain corporation having a huge advantage compared to others. And I think that in those scenarios it can create instabilities that, meaning as mankind, we are typically not so great at managing. And I think that it's fairly important that staying at the enterprise level, not getting into the geopolitical level, that as many companies as possible can actually find their way to adopt AI at a reasonable pace in order to actually collectively enhance their competitiveness.
I love hearing you say that, because I worry about that too, as far as the overall accessibility to AI tools, not just on a country but on a geographic basis also, right? It does feel like some geographies are going to fall behind very, very quickly.
Yeah, but again, I think that in theory, it should not be about your geography, it should not be about your industry, because most industry can benefit from it, because you would have like models of various kind, open source and so forth that would be available. You will have great incentives to build AI infrastructure everywhere on the planet. I think the most thing would be about company culture. Whether they've got leaders that understand AI and understand that they can create a lot with AI. It's just about like building the right controls in place so that they can actually build compounding effects with AI, onboard their employee, get everyone aligned to it, instead of having the fear, the pushback, the regulatory red tapes and so forth that would paralyze them. And I think it's a lot about like leaders driving the right culture. It's not just about technology.
I completely agree with you on that, but I guess I also think about it from the terms of infrastructure. If I'm in a developing country or developing region of the world, and I want to have a foothold in AI, make sure that my industries, companies are enabled, that means data centers, that means GPUs. But wait a minute, that also means electricity, right?
Yep.
So I'm concerned that when you start looking at these things about the infrastructure you need to get to AI, some parts of the world might be further behind, where we can't even have a data center discussion. We need to have a electricity infrastructure discussion, right? So do you kind of view it that way also? Because that's just my fear, that some companies are some areas are really, really far behind.
Yeah, I think that it's a topic of a concern. I think that what it tells me is that even if you take a very, very large step back, I think that you will have lots of changes in terms of how we think about AI infrastructure, the providers, the cost units, whether you use RPI services that could be actually located very far from where you are, or whether you actually host your own GPU within your premise. I think you will have like lots of changes in this landscape compared to where we are right now in the next few years, and that this will move very rapidly. Because you have like new vendors or providers of GPUs, you will have new unit economics in terms of electricity costs potentially. You would have the question of whether open source models catch up completely with proprietary models. They are already very close, would also change a lot these considerations. And from my perspective, what it means is that many organizations can actually start today building, prototyping using existing API services, and just think about it in a way where if they need to switch from one vendor to the other, they can. If they're operating into a country in which there is like no data center at the moment, and that's actually most countries on planet Earth, we tend to forget about that, but like that's just a reality. They actually can use API services for everything, and if they ever have to, because of sovereignty or whatsoever, bring back things home at the point where there will be data centers, that they build things so that it's not too painful to do so. And I think that it's probably not the job of the CEO of the company to be the caretaker of that, but it's certainly the job of the chief information officer of the company to actually maintain those optionalities in the long run.
Look, I appreciate that perspective. Thank you. So another question I'd like to ask everyone I interview: if you're not working in AI, you can't work in tech, what would you be doing? Do you have any other interests or other career passions that you would be pursuing if you couldn't work in AI?
I would probably be a writer, but I'm pretty sure that it's no longer a relevant career start now that computer can write better than humans. at least as a
Fiction or nonfiction?
fiction.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any particular genre?
No, I wouldn't know yet. Meaning, I think that you actually need to start to know what genre actually you do, or you build your own genre. But like, because I haven't started the career, it's like, if I was to ask myself without starting a company, what type of company I would build without being a startup, I wouldn't know. So same, like I would be, I would be a wannabe. Instead of being a wannabe entrepreneur, I would be a wannabe writer.
Okay, so you need to explore, feel yourself out a little.
You should feel the flow.
Right. Maybe a couple false starts and find your way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like short stories, short novels, or whatever kind. You see,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So another question I ask everybody. I give you a magic microphone. You can talk to everybody in the world for 5 minutes. So, 5 minutes is not a lot of time, so you can really only talk about one concept. But everybody in the world has to listen to you. You can talk about AI. You can not talk about AI. It can be an encouraging statement. It can be whatever you want. 5 minutes. Everybody on the planet has to listen to you. What do you say?
Oh my God, this is a fascinating question because you really want to answer it. I think I would not talk about AI in 5 minutes for sure. And
take your time. Take your time.
yeah, actually I would probably try to convince people that taking time before having an opinion and patience has lots of virtues. But I wouldn't know to do that in 5 minutes. So maybe I would work for like 5 years in order to understand how to say that in 5 minutes in a compelling way.
You wouldn't use AI?
Yeah, I'm not sure that AI would help. I think that many people try to do that, try to think about how to explain that to the world in various ways in the story of mankind. It's very hard to do.
Sure.
Yeah, but I would work for a few years in order to. Could I be able to actually test bed the message with sample people in order to get back in order to optimize for it and do some A/B testing before doing the full broad? Yeah.
You're a true scientist for asking that, right? That's a scientific approach.
Yeah. I would do that, and I would very, very, very much get like a representative sample from people from all over the planet.
Right.
Yeah, because if you just get a sample of people you know, that wouldn't work for the 5-minute message to the
Okay,
world.
but wait a minute. But if you did that, then you have to do A/B testing, right? So you'd want to give like a contrasting message on the A/B, right?
Test multiple. I think you have to iterate a bit and test multiple messages to various representative subgroups.
Right.
Try as much as possible to have them being pristine, meaning new to the getting the message.
Right.
So yeah, you.
So what's the contrasting message then along those lines?
Well, if my message is about getting patience and having relativity and balance of opinion, I would think that it would still be my core message or intent.
Okay.
But I think the real difficulty is like how you actually translate it into words and examples and like key messages that are compelling within a 5-minute format. And so I would have to figure out a test to understand whether someone was responsive to the message before, and then I would run my message to the person, testing various ways to say it in order to qualify it. I would probably try to have like test bed of like, you've got like 200 countries on planet Earth, so maybe you undersample a bit, which is hard, but you would at least try to get to 100% for each of your tests, at least, at the very least. And you probably need to iterate 10 to 50 times to get to the compelling message. At the end of the day, you're talking to like 5 billion people, so testing is very important. That's true for AI agent, but also for this 5-minute message.
Yeah.
And so I would do that, and I think that this process could take like a few years to be done properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is that you're also helping me change my approach, because you're right. I didn't put a time constraint on my question.
Yeah.
So maybe I will, in future interviews, I'll have to add that time constraint that you have 3 days to prepare.
Yeah. 3 days to prepare. Yeah, good. I'm very lucky to be interviewing now and not being the next one, I guess. Good for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate your time. Is there any other messages you'd like to get out about Data IQ or the future of AI as you see it before we wrap up?
Thanks a lot for the interview. It was great.
Yeah, thank you so much. And again, Florian, CEO of Data IQ, joining us here at HumanX. Thank you so much, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Has been in Apple for 20 years or so. First thing he said to me is that at Apple we don't always do things first many a time, but the thing we do is the best. We always go for getting the best out of anything.
So guys, thank you so much for joining. We're at HumanX, the first year of the conference. I'm here with Jalaj from Decompute. You're here to represent your latest product, Blackbird. But overall, this is the first year for HumanX. How's the conference going for you?
Great, actually. I mean, I was not expecting something like, it's very well organized, first of all.
Really?
It's very well organized, and I mean, I had a lot of fun. I actually met a lot of people I did not know before. A lot of founder CEOs and other founders. Heard about their journey. Learned a little bit more what they are doing. I did not know a few companies, so that was a very exciting thing. And also, yeah, just talking to people, it was very invigorating in some sense. It was amazing, yeah.
You know, I've been asking that question to a lot of attendees, and I'm getting a mix between, well, first of all, everybody's giving it great reviews, but some people were expecting something smaller or something better, but I think it has exceeded expectations for most people.
I mean, I think, yes, true, totally. I mean, the other conferences I've been to is either theory conference, which are much smaller, very focused, or machine learning conferences which are so big that you don't get to talk to people.
Sure.
And here you can actually talk and converse, and the communication that happens, which is, I think, the best part of the entire any conference.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not the biggest conference, you know, we've all been to, but in a way that's kind of nice that it's a little bit more intimate in that way. Yeah. Yes, and I've been able to sit down with great people like you guys. I came across your booth yesterday, just kind of walking the show floor. Can you tell us a little bit about Blackbird and kind of your latest offerings?
Yeah, so this Blackbird is an app that so it's based on what is called laser tune. So we have a proprietary algorithm which does fine tuning very efficiently and very fast. So when I say efficiently, I mean both speed as well as amount of memory it requires to do the entire end-to-end fine tuning process, right from time it processes the file to the time it actually finishes the fine tuning.
And you're doing that locally, right?
We do it locally. We do it everything on your MacBook. Like if you have a 16 gig RAM, you can use laser tune to, actually our app actually shows that you can do DeepSeek 8 billion parameter model, and you can fine tune that on your local Mac, which is 16 gig of memory. And so it was a interesting, very good challenge in some sense to get into that level of storage, because yes, if I just do naively, I mean, the state of art, whatever was the industry standard, it easily requires like 20 or 25 gigabyte of memory. And I can't expect people to have that much of RAM. Like people usually would have 8 or 16. So we wanted to get it down to as close as possible, under 10, to do the whole entire thing. So DeepSeek 8 billion takes about 9.55 GB of RAM at this point. We measure it at most, yeah.
So you're still like at a Mac Mini level. I mean, you could do that on a Mac Mini.
Yes, we actually have a demonstration was on Mac Mini, as well as our when we did the masterclass, we were doing on a production level MacBook M4 16 gig RAM.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I always like capturing the stories of people, of how they got to this moment, because I know that coming to the show floor is kind of like the very peak of a lot of work that goes into it, right? So would you like to share your background with us? You know, maybe a little bit of your academics, a little bit of your work. What brought you here? How are you an AI specialist?
So I'm learning. I'm always a perennial learner. So I'm actually also an assistant prof at Rutgers, and this came along in some sense when. So I was a privacy researcher at Apple, senior privacy researcher, and Hina and I were our co-founder. We used to sit across each other.
Okay.
So we had our rapport right from that time. She worked on a different team, but in the same org as us. So we had some communication, and then like and Apple is very like in some sense want to do things locally. So it was a very it's like when I joined Apple as a senior researcher, I was very excited about this whole thing, and I wanted to like really actually see. That's where the challenge lies when you want to get as much thing as powerful in your pocket, right? And the whole philosophy of Apple was always like. So this is first thing. One of my person I used to talk a lot with. He has been in Apple for like I don't know 20 years or so. First thing he said to me is that at Apple we don't always do things first many a time, but the thing we do is the best. We always go for getting the best out of anything. So for fingerprinting, he gave an example that we were not the first to give the fingerprinting to scan and like open your iPhone. But when we did it, we made it fun for the user. We made it very good for the user, like very good experience for the user. And that kind of stuck with me.
Interesting.
So after I left Apple, went back to academia, there's always this feeling, I mean, in academia, yes. And then my whole research philosophy kind of changed in like those 2 years. I used to do very theoretical research, more mathematical part of it world. And when I left Apple, I became more picky about which problem I'm going to work on. So the problem that really matters. So I usually say read my papers after 2021, like because I think those papers are more valuable. Like it touched me. And when our co-founder came, like we were talking, and Apple launched their private cloud compute. We were like, no, they're not doing things on device. They're doing it in cloud, and that kind of hit us like in a different way. And we were like, okay, let's do it. Let's make it possible, because we do not want AI to be just to the really few people. Like if I think about the changes that will be generational, AI is one of the things. I mean, right now, who is getting the advantage of AI? It's people who understand technology, right? I mean, people who can access ChatGPT.
Right.
But there are a lot of people who do not have that. They don't have it on their phone, they don't have it on their devices. So they are lagging behind, and they will lag behind, and they will keep going back and back. So the gap between people would keep on increasing. We want to really close it down. So it helps startup in terms of, so advances, any advance in science or technology cannot happen if there are very few who have the resources and capability to do it. Because the smartest people sometimes are people who are not in those places. And they might come up with amazing idea which completely revolutionize the world. So if you want to really revolutionize the whole AI world, we have to make the playing field more flat.
Sure.
Make everyone AI accessible to everyone, and that was the philosophy in some sense. When we started working on the compute, we wanted AI to be democratized. We want AI to be everyone's, like everyone should be able to play with it, everyone should be able to do things with it. I don't want like anyone who wants to do coding, they should be able to do, like use AI to do coding, not just someone who has like huge budget to
Sure.
do the clouds and all.
Or the GPUs.
Yes. Yeah.
So you're democratizing it via making it just more accessible and more hardware.
More accessible to more hardware. Like everyone nowadays have laptop. Yes,
Sure.
There was a time people would not have laptop, but nowadays laptops and phone is in everyone's hand.
Sure.
And we should be able to use that.
Sure.
And another thing is that if you get an agent, AI agent on your laptop, which does not leave your data, does not you do not have to connect to cloud and things like that. It means that even if you go to the remotest part of the world, you can use your agent with your own data. You don't need Wi-Fi to do that.
Right.
I mean, and I come from India. We like Wi-Fi was a luxury for us. And for my undergrad, I have seen the difference when I moved from my small town to a big city for the first time. That I felt like we are running a 100-meter race and the other people were 50 yards ahead of me, So that should never be the case. I don't want that to be the case for our generation or future generation at all in AI.
Sure. Well, great. I love that that little bit of a mission behind your company. So I love also hearing about how you got into the world of AI. as far as, was there any special academic courses or any sort of academic influence that pushed you, or that kind of maybe just kind of moved your career forward?
So I am most in the privacy world. My research has been always, I believe privacy is a human right. My data is myself. If I want to share, okay. But if I don't want to, you do not have a right to take it. That's my belief in privacy. So my coming to AI world was basically like when I started reading about what things are happening, and that's one of the reasons why Apple was my top choice, because Apple also has the same philosophy about privacy, that my privacy is the centerpiece of anything that Apple does. I used to joke, privacy for Apple is same as like ads for Google, for example. So that's right. And with all this AI agent, I started like reading about it. They would memorize a lot of data. LLMs would memorize. Like Samsung had this issue that somebody put down their code and people were able to find the code for that, and Samsung has to ban OpenAI worldwide. Basically, LLM memorizes. So I should not be giving my private data to LLMs and things like that. And if I'm giving it, it should not leave my devices. So that's my coming to AI and doing it is for more for the privacy reason than for like the thing of AI. And of course, to have privacy on top of AI, which is already very resource expensive, I have to first pull down the cost of AI and then build privacy mechanism on top of it. So yeah, that's my view of it. And that's how I came into understanding and reading about AI, like machine learning.
Well, thank you. So, taking that same perspective of yours, because you have such experience in AI, I want to hear about what makes you excited about AI in the future and what makes you afraid of AI in the future.
Oh, wow, okay. That's a very, very difficult question, I would say. Exciting in some sense, I think it's a generational thing. I sometimes think of AI in the same league as discovery of telephone by Graham Bell or radio waves by Marconi, and it's a revolutionizing thing. It changes the way that we do things. It makes things so much easier and optimal. It reduces a lot of, in some sense. So I mean, I think that's the exciting part for me. I mean, and the thing is, I usually don't want to fearmonger things here, but it's always the technology in which hand. The technology in a hand, like I can have a technology, I can make, when Einstein gave his equation E is equal to mc square, he did not thought that people will go ahead and make a nuclear bomb out of it.
Sure.
It was, and Dirac had his nuclear fission in a small scale, but people build a nuclear bomb, and that's the scary part in some sense. What people would end up doing with it, it's very unpredictable.
Sure.
And that sometimes scares me. Is like,
yeah, a lot of that is unknown, but we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, especially because I mean, if people keep on ingesting their data to AI, at some point it would become that. I mean, I do not want to live in the world where my privacy is completely gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I do not want to be in the state like that. So, okay, this movie by Tom Cruise, what is it?
Minority Report.
Minority Report, exactly. I mean, that's probably an extrapolation. But yes, I mean, if people do not really understand that AI also makes mistakes, and just use AI as a black box and think this is always correct, that can be a problematic thing. Because for example, Minority Report, I put an example here because he even did not commit a crime in that movie, which was in that sense, it's a very nice structure because he did not commit the crime in the movie. He was, in some sense, forced to commit the crime because of the prediction that was done on him, right? So,
yeah. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that perspective because I think about that too. I think about the errors that algorithms make and the impact that they're going to have, it feels like the complexity of those impacts is only going to increase.
Exactly. I mean, we have a very good paper by who actually showed that face recognition software, they actually used to do really bad on like people of color.
Right.
Because they were not trained. Like so if I use AI as a black box, I would not know those, and a lot of people do not know those subtlety. That what was my training data? How was my training data collected? Right? Was my training data collected on private data? Was it collected on very like biased manner? Like, those things can only compound.
Yeah.
So there has to be some guardrail around AI in the sense that how I should be using it. So I think alignment is a process. Some of researchers are trying to work very hard on it, and I think that's a very commendable approach, and we should all try to get behind that.
Absolutely, I would support that. I think that's a very important topic coming up here, and really in a lot of aspects of AI, right? It's not just a single part of it. Okay, so let's take away AI, take away tech. You can't work in either AI or tech. You have to do something completely different. What else would you be doing with your life? Do you have any special interests or anything else?
I mean, I'm a mathematician by training, so maybe that.
Okay.
My first love was analytical number theory and algebraic number theory.
Okay.
So that would always be there.
You wouldn't go do any hobbies, you'd go do analytical theory?
If I don't want to do any academia, I mean, I'm a squash player, so I would probably spend a lot of time playing squash.
Okay, good.
And and spend a lot of time with my cats.
With your cat, okay.
And of course, my wife too.
Let it be known that he mentioned the cat before the wife.
She knows that we have. She will also mention the cat first than me, and I am totally fine with it. Our cats are our sweethearts.
Okay, that's very cool. That's very cool. So another question I ask all of my guests is, I give you a magic microphone. You get to talk to the entire world for 5 minutes. 5 minutes, not a lot of time. But so really only talk about one concept. You don't have to talk about AI. You can choose any topic you want, but you only get 5 minutes. Everybody on the planet needs to listen or has to listen to you. What do you think?
I will sing "Imagine" by John Lennon.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very creative answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so that song encapsulates everything you'd want to say.
Everything.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah.
We have
Okay, well, that's. I think you have been my guest that answers the quickest, because people need time to think about it. Yesterday, somebody told me they would need 3 years to prepare, which is not a terrible answer, but so that one song, that's it. That would fit everything you want to get out to the world.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, wonderful. So, very creative answer.
Less than 5 minutes, so I will have some space as well.
Yeah, I don't think that song is 5 minutes. I think you'd still have a little extra time there.
But I think I do not have anything more to say other than what John Lennon has put in amazingly in those lyrics.
Well, maybe you'd slide in a little link to Decompute or something, right? You play the song and then you say, by the way, this song is brought to you by Decompute, right?
No, I don't think that songs need any recommendation or any. Yeah.
Okay.
That is. Yeah.
Well, Jalaj, I appreciate the conversation. Where can people reach you? You're at Decompute. You're here behind your latest product, Blackbird. How can they reach you?
I mean, you can connect me on LinkedIn. You can send us an email on hi@decompute.run, or if you want to send me directly, jalaj@decompute.run. My website is there, so you can reach that too. And yeah, that's about it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks a lot. Really, I mean, yeah. Thanks for the questions.
Yeah, I hope you have a safe trip home from the conference.
Thanks a lot. Really nice meeting you, Dennis.
Take care.
Yeah, so we are open to hear anything, and we would to change it to make sure we really help people over there. Please just send me all the feedbacks. Negative feedback is great.
Well, if you want to put your phone number, I'll put your phone number on the video.
Probably not.
Well, thank you. So remind me, your full title on LinkedIn is Head of Product Development for Agentic Data Science Tools, specifically data science tools, right?
Actually, I'm more than data scientist tools.
Okay.
Data scientist is one of the product my team built.
Okay.
So we're also looking to other kind of agents can offload, for example, software engineering tasks over there. So especially, software industry is very interesting. So we create software. In the meantime, we create tech debts. We call it tech debts. That means we know there's another hundreds of problems existing in the existing software system, but we have no bandwidth to fix those. Right? Those are accumulate. After years, it's becoming a bigger problem inside the existing software system. So human beings never had enough bandwidth to tackle those problems. AI opens the opportunity to say, hey, let AI deal with this kind of a long tail problem we don't have bandwidth to deal with, so that the quality of the software system we have today will be more reliable, much better. So that's kind of interesting. We call it like software agent stuff. Google, we announced that in last December. For example, one example is called Jewels, which is going to take on your long-lasting problems you haven't had a chance to solve. Look into that to validate those problems still make sense or not. If it still makes sense, we're trying to provide a solution for that, so that we can speed up the cleaning up of the tech debts. That's a different type of software agent we build. So data scientist agent is a very interesting one. Sure. We just launched GA last week.
Yeah, congratulations on that.
Yeah, that's so many people just jump into the water. So started using that. And then we saw a very positive user feedback. Very positive. When you build AI, the hardest things to track is really helping the user or not. Are we satisfied about the quality, right? So how to measure that is interesting. That's no easy way to measure. So we use the very basic sum up, sum down to see do you like it or not. So if the ratio of sum up is high, it's a really good indicator about the quality of the AI you provided over there. So we got a very high bar on that one. It's interesting.
So one of the things I've always proposed to my audience is that eventually there's going to be like a data scientist in a box, right? There's going to be a single do-it-all data science tool. And I know from what I've read from your tool, you can basically give it a data set, it'll ingest it, and then you can ask very data science type questions of it, right? Would you describe the product as that data scientist in the box? Are we there, or what do you think?
I think that's a good narrative on that one. So what it does is, this is just a starter point, right? So you get some data, you want to answer some questions. You are not necessarily be expert in that particular domain, even in the data science domain, right? But you don't have enough bandwidth to ask people to do it for you, right? Also time consuming over there. So you got this tool we call the data scientist agent. It's a kind of agent, but I would just call it AI data scientist. What it does is trying to understand your data first. If you see the demo, we can show you the demo later. Sure. The first step is open the data to see what's there. Right, and then get a little bit of understanding, is the data quality good or bad? Do I need to massage the data a little bit to understand the different aspects of the data? And then back to the problem you're solving over there, the question you're asking over there, it started to do the planning. Say, hey, I need to do, like, for example, clean up this and massage this two data to go together, and eventually test the 5 algorithms over there to see how to evaluate the result, visualize the effort, and come back and forth several times. And then they give you a very detailed plan, saying, hey, this is what I'm going to do.
Okay, great.
What do you think? You can say yes or no. In the future, you can even modify the plan as well. Once you blast the plan, you can just click the button and say go. And then you can go to take your coffee, do something else, come back. Under the hook, what it does is it starts to take the task. synthesize the code to finish the task. If there's issues or bugs inside the code, it automatically fix it. And then it's run the code to see the result and evaluate the result. If the result matches what the expectation or not. If it does, great. Then to move on to the next step until all the steps got finished. If it doesn't, it rethink about maybe this is not the right way to do it. Let me change my plan, and then go on the forth, back and forth, until this data scientist believes we get a conclusion for you already. Then it's present to you. I think one beautiful part of this data scientist agent is a white box.
Okay.
So what I mean white box is it's not just show you the result, right? Because you show the result, you can argue, is that true or bad or right? So to show
that doubt.
Right. So you also show you all the code, working code that kind of you use to derive the result over there. If you don't believe it, or you say, hey, that's something I can tweak, you can go just tweak it.
Right.
So suddenly you have a huge bootstrap. Right, so usually I do this kind of tasks. It usually takes me 2 to 3 days to reach to the same stage. But now with this data scientist, it takes like a few minutes. You're done over there.
That's wonderful. So another thing I always kind of emphasize is the human in the loop, right? The data science has always had that human in the loop concept, even in machine learning and whatnot. So that's what I was curious about with this tool. And I like how you mentioned that the tool will create the plan for you, but still wait for that human interaction to approve or modify the plan. So that sounds like a really nice, not just a safety net, but it still continues that spirit of I, the human, can still say, yeah, that sounds reasonable, or let's stop.
Right. So AI kind of, especially language model, works, but it's not always right.
Sure.
Right. A lot of times it's making mistakes. I think so far I still think a human in the loop makes perfect sense. Especially, but you don't want it to annoy people too much as well. You want it to hold a great like fine line between how much interaction you want to do between the computer and the human. You want to do as much as possible, but at the important point, you want it to be blessed or to be validated by human. Right. So that's kind of how we draw the fine line over there.
Okay. So I'd love to hear more about what the tool looks like in implementation in practice. So if I'm a senior data scientist and I've got 2 to 3, 1 year, 2 year level data scientists, how am I implementing this across my team? Is this something that is encouraged for collaboration, or is it more about one data scientist managing each project? Or maybe I, as the senior, no longer need as many juniors, or the first year, second years. How would the implementation work in your eyes?
So there's many ways to think about this problem. I'll give you another interesting example before I answer your question. So we have actively working with researchers from academic, like a top class, like UC Berkeley, Stanford, Harvard, all the universities. They are not really data scientists. They are the experts in different domains, like environmental science, natural disaster management, those type of people. What we learned is it's very interesting. Usually, they have to get the postdoctors, doctors, to look into this kind of data they collected over there, trying to massage the data, figure out the first pass of innovation over there. So one example is they take 7 days usually, one postdoctor, to finish one task.
7 days, okay.
Yeah, so it's a very sophisticated task regarding to, I think, natural like gas emission, those type of things, green environment related. So by using this tool, we're able to finish the task in 5 minutes.
Wow.
So what does it really mean? So think about this. I mentioned this because this is really an enablement. So a lot of science data today in the world, so we have a lot of sensors, right? Emit all the data there, but the processing time is very, very long. Some data takes months, some data takes years to process. So, but the value of the data need to be showing tomorrow or even real time. we never had the opportunity to solve this type of problems because the amount of data, the intelligence to process data doesn't exist. So think about it. Now we can, if we bring the 1 year process times into 1 day, that means I open the door to do the real-time study on the natural. So this kind of enablement is more important than you get your productivity. That opens a lot of more jobs, not jobs, research capabilities over there. Many people is able to do this type of things without too much knowledge in data science over there. Okay. So this is kind of from different angle to answer your question.
So you're describing somebody who's really not very technical as far as like a traditional Python and libraries type of view. They're experts in the domain, but not necessarily on the programming side.
Right, exactly. Those guys are very good at the domain expert. They can evaluate the results very nicely. Right. But it takes them a long time to figure out the coding part, figure out what's the right way to do the things. So these savings are tremendously, especially when you apply it into the science discovery domain, because every time the sensor or every time experiments give you a little bit different result. Sure. There's no way you write a piece of software to handle that. Sure. That's why the beauty of AI is it can, based on the output, we figure out an algorithm to deal with it on the fly. Mm-hmm. That's really, really huge.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Back to your question, say, hey, I have a group of data scientists, so how should I use this tool? I think it's more like you can handle more tasks over there. So, regardless how many data scientists you have, you always have a bunch of tasks you are not able to address because of the bandwidth. So given this type of tools, you can delegate 5 tasks, for example. Like one guy can deal with 5 tasks at the same time. So the only thing you need to do is make sure the output, the process is reasonable. But the time you saved to manually create those files, programs to solve the problem will be saved. But that way your data scientist team should be able to answer your business questions 10x faster.
Interesting. So there's a time compression there that can generate more projects, more tasks, or rather more tasks to lead to more projects, more deliverables. But you can also enable more of your domain experts that are not technical, but still use the same tool, still get the same proposed plan from the tool, and still end up at some reasonable, scientifically defensible result.
That's right. That's another interesting area is sometimes this AI provided interesting algorithms you never thought about. Sure. Because as a data scientist, you not necessarily know all the kind of new innovation all over the place. Right?
Or you develop your favorites, right? You develop your favorites. Everybody used gradient boosting for a while, right? Yeah.
So you don't have time to deal with 5 or 10 other tries because okay, I believe this works. I tried it. It works. Great. That's
yeah. And you don't do anything else. Yeah. Right.
Computer can do a lot more faster than different things. Occasionally, we saw it produces the algorithm. The data scientists never. Oh, so that could work as well. I didn't even know that. So that kind of bring the more knowledge into the people's mind as well, so they can do the next job better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very cool. Very cool. I like that approach. I'm really curious. What kind of we came back to the evaluations that you're looking at. You're a thumbs up, thumbs down type of approach. And I also went to your panel this morning where you stressed the importance of having those evaluation metrics ahead of time. Are you able to speak a little bit about what those evaluation metrics look like during the development of this tool? Because for my audience of data scientists who know how difficult it can be to develop models and the different iterations and epochs and all that you go through, it could be a little bit scary to say, whoa, wait a minute, how did you come up with that result so quickly, right? So can you speak to a little bit about that?
So at a high level, we pick the real world problems. Say this is a real problem, not just fake problems. Real world problems, we look into what's the optimal solution for this problem. and then we let the machine produce the answer. Then we compare to see how close the machine produced answer close to the real solutions. Sometimes we even give multiple possible solutions over there. Each one could have a different ranking over there, and trying to say, hey, from the AI produced result, which one is closer to, so we can get a better understanding what's going on there. So this evaluation is pretty sophisticated compared with just one prompt, one answer type of question, right? Because it takes multiple turns to figure out what's going on. There's trajectory as a process as well. That makes this much more complicated over there. So we do not just one shot, we do multiple turns type of evaluations as well.
You do those multiple turns, multiple iterations to try to approximate that gold standard solution, even though there might be other ones along the way.
Trying to match towards the best solution over there.
Right. Kind of inch towards that and see how close you can get. Well, that sounds like it must have been a very time-intensive process.
So this is more like we call the offline type of evaluation, but also respect the customer say. So we give the product to people. When people use it, they have a way to say, hey, that doesn't work, or this works better. This is a good thing. We consider that's a signal saying, hey, your product, good or bad, good or bad. We're also trying to make sure customer is satisfied about the product.
Okay, great. So I know you made an earlier reference to the things you can change in the plan and in the code and things you can't. So obviously I imagine that there's going to be, you have a general roadmap in mind for the tool. Are you able to share where you see this tool going? Because I know you went into a general release just last week, right? So are you able to share kind of what the bigger picture looks like down the road for a tool like this? So
we're listening all the feedbacks from our customers. I think one of the interesting feedback is about more interactivity. So they wanted to be more involved to kind of, if you see one step doesn't going well, or you could have a better direction, they wanted to chime in and be able to redirect it to the right direction. This is one example. So we'll carefully listen to all the feedback from everybody, and then trying to make sense to everything over there.
Okay, and then you'll build the future roadmap based off that feedback.
Right.
Okay, so that again speaks to to your focus on this morning's panel about those measurable things that you're going to be looking at to improve and whatnot. Well, great. How's the show going for you overall? This is a new conference, right?
Actually, I think it's amazing, to be honest. So when I started engagement, it's a very early stage. So you don't have a clear picture how big it will be yet. It's kind of more than 1 year ago. I was thinking, okay, great, let me try to help to make this a success as much as possible. Now, today when I kind of come to the conference, it's really amazing. The size of the conference, the quality of the speakers, the logistics, everything's perfect. Yeah. I love it. It's a great conference.
Over a year in this, in helping bring this to fruition.
No, I think I just volunteered to be one of the speakers at the beginning, so that they can bootstrap.
Okay. But obviously your background in AI and data science goes much further than that. Could you tell us a little bit about your background?
I have a very interesting background.
I'd love to hear it.
Jumping between the waves very nicely. Luckily, I would say I have this opportunity. So when this AI wave comes, I was doing the AI stuff 3 or 4 years ahead of the curve. Once it really showed up, I have the opportunity to make my impact over there. Before that, there's another big wave is called mobile. Remember mobile wave? When mobile wave showed up, I was doing the mobile stuff there as well.
So app development?
But app development and infrastructure for app stuff.
Infrastructure for mobile apps, nice.
Even mobile technology itself, I was doing that type of things. And
Wonderful.
then before that is internet. That time I was doing internet stuff, so I kind of feel very lucky.
The dot-com wave.
Yeah, I was kind of be able to little bit ahead for the technology wave, and then put myself equipped it already to kind of catch the big trending over there.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're in a very exciting time, obviously. Maybe this is the third or fourth wave in the career you're describing. So one of the questions I always ask my guests is, what makes you the most excited about AI and what makes you the most fearful about AI. So I'd love to hear what you're excited about and maybe something that makes you fearful about AI. What do you think?
That's a great question. So in our computer science or computer history about 50, 60 years, so we have to figure out how to deal with computer. Right, because we invented a programming language, for example, because computers don't understand us. It's a piece of hardware running there. We're trying to abstract a better way to say, hey, if I say this, computer will do that. Until this wave of AI, computers start have the capability to understand our language, a human language. Now I would treat this is my excitement. So it's a time to revenge. Let a computer learn how we works instead of we learn how computer works.
Through language.
Yeah, through language, right? So even the machine is learning, it's really learning now, right?
Sure.
I just demonstrated this is the right thing to do or tell it, and they are going to follow. Right? It's not like I have to figure out, okay, if I turn this knob or turn this code, the computer will behave like that way. Right. So that time is living. So that's me excited about it.
You know, I haven't thought of it in that perspective, but I love that. I love that. So what makes you afraid of AI?
So afraid of AI, I see this wave. AI have many waves as well. So this wave,
and still to come.
Right, this wave is really the wave. It's bringing a huge value to the human beings. Previously, most of the wave are at the academic side, never break the ceiling about usefulness. This time you can see not just the researchers, all the world, many people in the world are starting to leverage the AI to do their daily life, to produce something interesting. So we are really starting to benefit from AI, which is really great. So of course, we need to educate all the people deal with AI to know what AI is good at, what AI is bad at, how much trust we should put when you deal with AI. I think this huge education burden is one thing. I don't know how long it will take us to make that happen. And now because AI is evolving us anyway, right? So this education has to continuously going, because how to deal with that could be changed tomorrow. We're moving very fast on that.
Sure.
So this is a kind of risk management, in my opinion. Is how do you manage? We kind of blindly trust AI. I mean, human beings, we understand that. We are lazy, right? Once it works 3 times for me, I start thinking it should always work for me. Sure. Right? But actually, from theory, that's not the case yet. We're trying to see, can we get to that stage? If we can get to that stage, perfect. So far, we're not there yet. Right. So my worry, a little bit of worry is about, do we have enough knowledge and education facility there, so that everybody, not just experts, understand the drawback or the problem of AI and be able to apply it to their real usage of AI.
Well, it seems like some of that time pressure is also just caused by how quickly things are moving. We just don't have time enough to evaluate it, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So one other question I'd like to ask all of my guests is, I give you a magic microphone that lets you talk to the entire world for 5 minutes. You only have 5 minutes. You can only really share one concept in that time. But everybody in the world has to listen to you. What would you tell them? Maybe there's a misconception you want to clear up or something you want to share. You know, it doesn't have to be AI, whatever you want. You got 5 minutes to talk to the entire world. What are you saying?
That's a great question. I never thought about this. I have this power to be able to talk to the entire world.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be AI, it can be whatever, or even tech, just whatever you'd like, you know, maybe a personal message. What do you think?
I would say technologies always come. It's always trying to help us. So be open-minded and take advantage of what it can help you. In the meantime, be cautious, knowing what it could hurt you as well. So be smart.
Very good, very good. But so you're very, it's a very pro-technology message with a little bit of caution.
Yeah, So we see the history like this, right? Every time that new technology comes, there's always worries, concerns, but eventually, if it really help human beings, we adopt it and we transform ourselves into the position, can manage that, manipulate, get a benefit from that, open the new doors for us to make our life better. I believe that's the same thing will happen.
Wonderful. Well, I think that the tool you have is going to certainly help a lot of data science lives be better. So we'll have the demo played over our interview. I'll include links to anything that documentation or access that we can share. But thank you so much for spending the time with me. Really appreciate you.
Likewise, it's so great to talk with you. Great questions. Love to see all the audience feedback on this. Please let me know.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, we got a deal. I have one of these guys, but it's from Rode.
Okay. Yeah, the Rode is a little bigger form factor.
It's a little big. You like this? The smaller is better.
Yeah, and I just got these. Actually, I like wired stuff. I just got these because, I hate recharging things. The last thing I need in my life is nothing to recharge.
Yeah.
So I usually use wired. But yeah, I made the switch to DJI recently.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't have my bag with me. It's in the green room, but I showed you my party trick. I'm like a total gadget guy.
Okay.
And so, like when I go to conferences, I always have an anchor battery that has like cords that you can pull out. And people are always just like, "Oh, you're my best friend." You have because everybody hates charging.
Right. Yeah. No, I recently bought the charger I have with me. Is a wall charger, but it's one of the 60-watt ones.
Yeah.
So it'll charge up your phone like in no time. That's a great invention. Whoever did that one.
I have a friend who works in battery technology.
Oh yeah.
And
which they say is much more complex than people realize.
Well, it's like fundamental physics and chemistry.
Right.
And so he's like, Rob, you don't understand. Any innovation you do in battery technology is an immediate bestseller.
Really?
It's like anything that you do, because it's so hard to make an improvement on batteries, that anything that like meaningfully changes. So like in the last decade, the biggest change I think is that batteries charge a lot faster. And that's a huge, it really changes what you do with the technology. And of course now we have all these really cool tech. You have iPhone, you have all these other things. The battery charges so much faster, you're much more likely to be able to go and use these things in a bunch of places. But yeah, it's fundamentally hard to improve battery tech because it requires like tons of testing. Like, of course, people want to put batteries on planes. They want to put batteries like next to lava and like high voltage power lines. Right? Like it's very hard. Like that. I work on some really cool stuff with some really cool companies, but man, fundamental science is like hard.
Yeah, for sure. Well, obviously, we talked about how long you've been in tech, and me too, and Eric too.
Yeah.
Top three coolest technologies you've worked with, like across the years. I'm curious. I'm curious if it's weighted more towards like the recent AI. Is the recent stuff really blowing you away, or you're still, you're a man of the classics?
Okay, so here's what blew me away. Mm-hmm. Our current era of like AI innovation could have only happened if a bunch of weird things just happened to happen at the same time.
Okay, I'm listening.
And so, like clouds, they're amazing. Clouds make networks invisible. But before you had any of these, the hyperscalers, clouds, like networks are so hard to set up. Like you would have like the network person, and all of a sudden it's like, network doesn't matter, it's just invisible to you. Storage used to be a really big problem. All of a sudden you have object storage on the cloud. You can like put as many files you want, as big as you want. Huge change. Similarly, you had, so like, when and there's so many tech like wrapped up in there. We were talking about Databricks earlier, the ability to spin up a whole supercluster for like a short period of time. When we used to build supercomputers at the university, like that was a like multiple year effort, and I help startups spin up super clusters
Right.
like every day.
Right.
I helped startups spin up the amount of compute that was like compared to my research lab, like you could never imagine it.
Right.
And like that tech to have all these computers be able to talk together, you have model parallelism, you have data parallelism, you have like all of these things which on their own are all very difficult problems.
Right.
And then you have to be in this environment where it's like, I love the kind of the San Francisco VC kind of community, because they're just like, well, if it works well at this scale, what if we just put like $100 million into it and just see what happens?
What could go wrong?
I mean, you would, when we were helping these companies build their models for the first time, like VCs couldn't even help because they had this prior arrangement with their LPs where basically they didn't have it written up in a way it's like, how do you spend all this money just on infrastructure? Like, that's kind of a weird thing. So we would actually have to help startups get paired with family offices, because like folks like John Carmack, Eric Schmidt, like these like other famous people, in order to be able to like build some of the first AI models that were out there. It wasn't until a little bit later that VCs figured out it's like, oh, okay, well we can come into this, and then so it's like that exuberance to be able to try this at massive scale. What I think is
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I want to understand this. So you're saying that before there was a VC model, they had to go to family offices to try to get that funding,
to build foundation models at the very early days, there weren't VCs who could easily just write a check just for compute.
I see what you're saying. Okay. I see what you're saying.
And so you basically had to work with more like individuals.
Right.
To be able to do it. It wasn't until later that you could get into being able to work with all the famous VCs. And so what I think is just so interesting, it's like in any other field that you can imagine, nobody's really surprised at innovations like Higgs boson's coming out, and it's like everybody's like, I think we've got the Higgs. I think it's going to come out like it's coming. I said my family's in medicine. It's just sort of like, all right, we're through year 25 of this trial, right? It's like it takes a really long time.
Right.
None of the people who were working in AI could have expected that all these things that would have had to come together could come together, and then scaling compute was going to be a thing that unlocked that sort of first dimension, that first long pole of the tent. And it works way better than expected.
Sure.
You had to have invisible networks. You had to have unlimited storage. You had to have adjustable kernels that you could go manage on a GPU. You had to have all of these things plus a ton of data, which was the web. You had to have
the TCP/IP protocol.
Right, all of these things to make that happen. There's so much stuff.
Right.
And then like somebody who is just like, yeah, let's just like take it to 11. Like if it worked for, 100 million parameters, let's just try 5 billion parameters.
Right.
Let's try 500 billion parameters. And had any one of those things not come together, we would still be decades away.
That's very cool.
And so when I look at these technologies, I like, it's amazing to work for a hyperscaler, because these things that were fundamentally hard problems. At the beginning of my career, every bug was a memory bug. Like any time that an engineer came to me with like a problem, it was like, guess what? You're leaking memory here. I haven't fixed a memory bug in ages.
Right.
Eventually, like I had all these like networking bugs. It was like, oh, you're trying to make a request. Well, good luck. It's like there's like 6 ways TCP/IP is going to fail here. Like, never going to work. And then it's like, oh, actually, making a request works pretty well now. And then it's like oh gosh, you're gonna run out of machines. But now it's like, actually, you don't even really have to care what the machine is. You can just like go, like, the whole thing is gonna be completely cloud native. You're gonna not really have to figure out any of the distribution. That's just gonna work for you. And those were every single bug that I was running into. Like my teams, they would always get stuck on these things.
Right.
And so it's just been amazing to watch the sort of the progression of technology, where it's sort of like, I was like sure that my ability to write memory safe code was the thing that was gonna carry me through my whole career. But you know, that's not really how technology works.
Right.
Like these major things happen, and it takes a while. And like, well, it'll sort of be solved for a while too, but it takes a while before it kind of works its way through all the different dimensions.
Sure.
And then people unlock it in a bunch of interesting ways. And so, yeah, I think for me, if you want to know the technologies that I'm actually the most excited about right now, it's this imitation versus experience learning. These learners that we're using right now, they're all imitators,
Right.
you know. But I think if you can simulate environments and you can build a ton of great data, like in the AI era, data is programming. I think we're going to see that people are going to be focusing, their job is going to be like, I'm going to build 100 perfect examples of this thing as the way that you program something, which is totally different than the way we think of software right now. So I'm so excited about the fact that, like, you know, as an AI researcher,
Right.
Every AI researcher will tell you, it's like, oh, man, my job is just like, I feel like I'm a janitor. Like, I'm just cleaning up all this bad data, I'm doing this. But now if you could change it so it's like having experts really go and say, like, these are the quintessential examples of this. Here's the way that you want to simulate this. Here's the way that you want to build this. And you can imagine that programming would just feel very different. So I'm really excited about that. I'm really excited about whole systems of agents as you start them being able to work together and understand things like I'm giving a talk on MCP tomorrow, but actually I think that agents being able to run sandboxes where like they write their own code. So you can imagine it's like, hey, on this system, here's your safe sandbox, but I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't do. It's just what's in the sandbox. And then you go figure it out.
Right.
Like, very excited about these things. And then I'm really excited about robotics generally.
That's my next question. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a shame that we are so behind in the United States on robotics. Mm-hmm. One of the pleasures of my job was I got to work on a robotics accelerator. I got to meet a bunch of robotics companies and see what they're doing. And I meet these companies and they're like, how many robots do you have? And they're like, 7. And then you go and you see what China is doing with robotics, and they're making these large-scale industrial robots. They're experts at computer vision. They've got them deployed everywhere. It's just incredible what they've done with robotics. And I just think that American innovation in robotics has been a lot more limited because we're like less hardware stuff centric. We like our virtual stuff. American robotics companies in the virtual space, they're incredible. Like you see people building virtual environments, you see things in Unity. I saw a company last week that can, you go into Unity and you're just like, I'd like to see a dragon, and a dragon appears. And like, I like the dragon to be holding an ice cream cone, and it's holding an ice cream cone.
Wow.
And I'm just like, okay, that is